here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. So good to see you here. Please say hello in the comments, in the live chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We would love to say hello back. The speakers of today's presentation will be available to answer your questions in the live chat during their presentation. So feel free to avail of the opportunity to connect with us live. Thank you again for the depth of presence and thoughtful reflections and beautiful engagement you've been bringing into this space in the last 2 days. The feedback has been deeply affirming, not only for me as a host, but also for our speakers who have poured their hearts and research and lived experience into these offerings. We truly appreciate your love and support. Thank you. So good to see you here. Day 1 and 2 took us through initiation, remembrance, galactic alliances, and the larger cosmic structure shaping this moment in human evolution. Today, day 3 brings us home. Today, the focus shifts toward embodiment, how cosmic wisdom lives in the land, home, through numbers, animal allies, and a subtle architecture that supports life on Earth. We'll explore topics like the places of power and sacred sites, starseed waves and planetary initiations, soul fragments and cosmic light codes, numerical wisdom and future timelines, and the guidance of horses as ancient galactic teachers. This day is about anchoring, about letting what we have remembered find form in daily life. As always, listen with discernment, notice what resonates, let what doesn't pass gently by. Have a notepad handy so you can write down anything that stands out so that you can follow up on it later, and join us in the live chat so that we can enjoy these beautiful connections. And now, without further ado, it is my great honor to introduce the first speaker of day 3 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. Myriam Wiedemann is a galactic astrologer, geomancer, and galactic family constellations facilitator based in Germany. Her journey began with a lifelong sense of homesickness, a deep knowing that she came from somewhere beyond Earth. This longing led her to galactic astrology, where she found the language of her soul's origin and mission. Today, she helps others to do the same. Myriam works with starseeds, visionaries, healers, and creative entrepreneurs who know they came here for something significant, but feel blocked or unable to fully activate their gifts. She works with people who are ready to shift substantial dynamics and cultivate the fullness of what they came here to do. Through galactic astrology, Myriam guides clients into the realm of fixed star connections and soul origins. Her sessions reveal why the longing has always been there, why certain patterns repeat, and what the soul's role is here on Earth. Her focus is to help you fully implement your gifts. Myriam knows that even the most powerful cosmic blueprint cannot activate if you're living in spaces that drain you. If you wake up exhausted, if your home feels heavy, if you cannot fully land, then your space is working against you. Through new geomancy, Myriam clears disturbances that keep you disconnected from your body and gifts. Once your space is restored, the soul can land. She creates geomantically healed, astrologically calibrated personal power places that amplify intuition, channeling ability, and life force. Her synthesis of geomancy and galactic astrology is a modern revival of Atlantean knowledge, now returning to support collective awakening. Myriam also runs the Galactic Astrology School, a year-long journey rooted in Atlantean spiritual architecture and Lemurian heart-based intelligence. Students learn to read galactic charts, facilitate constellations, and clear spaces geomantically, work with the energy and shamanic practices. When not in session or teachings, Myriam explores sacred sites worldwide, tends to her magical garden, and writes her next book. Myriam obtained her Galactic Astrology Soul Reading Practitioner certification on April 6, 2024. Myriam's presentation today is called Starfire and Places of Power: How to Bring Atlantean Wisdom into Your Home. In this presentation, Myriam reveals the forgotten synthesis of galactic astrology and geomancy, two ancient systems that once worked together in Atlantis to create powerful transformational spaces and are now returning to support the awakening of humanity. Myriam will guide you through the cosmic and earthly architecture of your soul's mission, beginning with an introduction to new geomancy, the ancient science of Earth's subtle energy fields. She explains how underground water veins, meridian lines, and emotional imprints in modern homes can drain up to 80% of our life force, and why even the most powerful astrological chart cannot fully activate in an energetically depleted space. Drawing on her deep knowledge of sacred sites, Myriam explores three transformational power places: Giza, aligned with Orion and Sirius for spiritual rebirth; the Bosnian pyramids, attuned to the Pleiades for cellular recalibration; and Stonehenge, an ascendant initiation portal. She illustrates how these sites were intentionally designed, geomantically calibrated, and fixed star aligned to transform, initiate, and heal. Myriam then introduces the Atlantis-Lemuria axis, a phenomenological approach revealing both the cosmic gifts carried in Atlantis and the Lemurian frequency of grounding and heart intelligence that balances this work on Earth. You'll learn how to find this axis in your own birth chart through practical examples. This presentation offers a vision of New Earth, where homes become personal power places, geomantically cleansed, energized, and astrologically calibrated. This is the modern alchemy of Atlantis and Lemuria, Cosmos and Gaia, and it begins in your living room. Please help me extend a very warm welcome to Myriam Wiedemann. Welcome to the stage.
Welcome to my presentation at the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. Firstly, I would like to thank Julia and the fantastic Galactic Astrology team for this second edition of the summit. It is truly a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you all. Many of you work with astrology. You read charts, you interpret transits, but have you ever asked yourselves, why does some of it feel so shallow now? Today, I want to show you something that has been forgotten for over 12,000 years and is now returning. The synthesis of galactic astrology and geomancy. In Atlantis, we still had both fixed stars and earth power, cosmos and Gaia. And with this synthesis, places that transform, initiate, and heal were created. In this presentation, you will learn why even the most powerful galactic chart cannot activate fully if you are living in an energetically disturbed space. How power places like Giza, the Bosnian pyramids, and Stonehenge were created, geomantically calibrated and fixed star aligned. And how you can find the Atlantis-Lemuria axis in your own chart, the key to understanding your soul's gifts from both civilizations. By the end of this presentation, you will have an understanding on how geomancy and galactic astrology work together, the ability to locate your Atlantis-Lemuria axis in your own chart, and a vision of what becomes possible when your home is transformed into a place of power. Why am I sharing this with you? Because I have seen what happens when the synthesis is missing. I have worked with clients who have the most beautiful charts. They know they are here for something big. But they wake up in the mornings exhausted, they cannot focus, and they cannot channel clearly. Why? Because they are sitting on detrimental water lines. Because their home has a Bovis value of 300 instead of 300,000. And I have seen what happens when both come together, when a space is geomantically cleared, when it is calibrated to your most important fixed star alignments. Suddenly, your chart activates, your gifts flow, and your mission becomes crystal clear. This has been a theory for a long time, but now this is what I do on a daily basis. And today I want to show you how it works. But before we dive in, let me explain the foundation for everything we will explore today. The dimensional levels of materialization. There are different dimensional levels of reality, and each has its own quality. 3D and 4D, the lowest dimensional level of materialization. This is our physical reality, where matter is dense and time flows linearly. This is where astronomy and classical astrology works. Planets move, transits happen, and we can act accordingly. This is also the lower level of white magic, mediumship, and spiritual healing. 5D and 6D, the middle dimensional level of materialization. This is where exclusively mental work begins on all levels, including in the production of materiality. This is the level at which nature beings live and elementals work. This is also where galactic astrology begins. Here, we connect with the consciousness of fixed stars and galactic frequencies. 7D and 8D, the highest dimensional level of materialization. Here, physicality dissolves. Here, there is freedom of movement across all material dimensional levels. This is the paradisiacal state. Light nourishment, light language, purely mental control of matter. And now the crucial question. If our higher self exists in 5D to 8D, why do we still work with 3D and 4D astrology? The last time humanity was in 5D and 6D was during the Atlantean civilization with our high frequency knowledge, our crystal technology, and star connections on a day-to-day basis. The Lemurian phase was even in 7D and 8D with our heart intelligence, fully developed telepathic capacities, and in unconditional unity with all life. And above that, we find the astral world in 9D and 10D. This is the information matrix, the programming level. This is where the blueprints are written, which then manifest in the lower material dimensions. This is also where we create our astrology charts. For me, it all started with a question. I watched the readings of many astrologers and felt that something was missing. I learned about Pluto opposition Sun, Saturn square Moon, Neptune trine Venus. Everything was right and correct, but often it felt like it lacked depth and many times even soul. And most importantly, it lacked a connection to the cosmos. Then I discovered galactic astrology through our dearest Julia. Our soul origins, fixed stars, their connections to our galactic families. And suddenly, everything made sense to me. I started to combine galactic astrology with family constellation to heal trauma from many ancestral lines beyond our earthly connections and reconnect with our star families. Then, after a while, came the next question. Why do some people feel so good in their places of power and others feel so drained in their own homes? That led me to geomancy, to the realization that even the most powerful chart cannot activate if you are sitting on a detrimental waterline or a broken meridian grid. And then I understood in Atlantis, we still had both galactic astrology and geomancy together. That was the synthesis and the missing piece of the puzzle. And now, after about 12,000 years, after the demise of both the civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria, we remember these frequencies, but not separately as we did back then. This time, both are integrated within us. I will show you how by finding your Atlantis-Lemuria axis in your charts. But first, let's try something. I've put an energy carpet under your seats. It's a geomancy technique. How does it work? I work with mental geomancy. This means that I connect with the spiritual world and with Gaia, and I install an energetic field, in this case, beneath your space. This field acts as a filter. It neutralizes pathogenic water lines, geopathic stress zones, and electromagnetic fields. It raises the Bovis value of your space to at least 60,000. This is measurable with rods or pendulums and Bovis meters. If you want, you can check it out right now. You don't even need instruments. You can feel it because your bodies are the best and most accurate measuring instruments. Geomancy works with the energy fields of the earth, water lines, meridians and grid lines, earth chakras. This carpet balances out the roughest field disturbances in your environment. Let's see if you can feel it. So I invite you to put your feet on the floor and take a couple of deep breaths. Feel your body. How do you feel? On a scale from 1 to 10, 1 is exhausted, 10 is full of energy. Type the number into the chat. Let's see a trend. Now I'm taking the carpet away. Feel it. Has anything changed? Write the number in the chat again, and let's compare the results. And now I'm putting it back down under you all. Breathe. Can you feel the energy rising again? What you just felt, that's geomancy in action. A completely undisturbed place of power does this on an even larger scale, every day and night. The effect of a geomantically calibrated place of power is both durable and sustainable. Before we get to the places of power, I need to explain what geomancy actually is. You might have even never heard the word before. Geomancy, from Greek ge, earth, and manteia, divination, is the study of perception and knowledge of how to interact with the earth's subtle energy field. Our earth, Gaia, is an animated being with a powerful but sensitive energy system. As I said, water lines, meridians and grid lines, earth chakras. My grandmother told me that in her village, a dowser was called in before a well was dug. Of course, it wasn't esotericism, it was craftsmanship. Churches were built on so-called sacred sites. Castles and cities were built on geomantically significant places of power. Stone circles marked energy lines flowing through the lands. This was knowledge that everyone had, or at least most people did. Geomancy makes this perceptible with rods, with pendulums, or simply with your innate sensitivity. Today, we measure this using Bovis units. This is a scale for measuring life energy. The neutral value is 7,500 Bovis units. This is the basic frequency of a living human. Anything below this drains energy, makes you tired and exhausted, and in the worst case, makes you ill. Anything above this gives you energy, activates and heals you. In a room with a couple of hundreds of Bovis units, you can't think clearly there. You can't properly channel and or heal there. A room with 60,000 or even 300,000 Bovis units, your creativity explodes. Informations from the spiritual world flows like water there. Due to ignorance, the Earth's energy system has been severely damaged and disrupted in many places. And people suffer, often unconsciously, from the consequences. Why has this knowledge been lost? With industrialization and with rationalization, the suppression of everything subtle happened. And science said, what we cannot measure does not exist. And so geomancy slowly disappeared from cathedral workshops, from villages, and from our collective consciousness. In the Middle Ages, geomancy was still considered one of the 7 sacred sciences. Today, it is regarded, in the worst case, as superstition. But since the early 2000s, through the energetic resurgence of the Earth, knowledge that has been unavailable for 6,000, 4,000 years is now returning. New geomancy is the healing restoration of the Earth's subtle energy field. To clear spaces, to heal the Earth, people and animals, but also beyond that, to create places of power. With the channeled guidance from the spiritual world, with ancient symbols and our magical influence on creation. Magic, in this case, means an act of creation brought about by energy and the mind. Will, knowledge, and energetic empowerment combined. Strictly speaking, the new geomancy is the old one. In Atlantis, we still had this knowledge, and we are now able to bring it back. That is why I am weaving geomancy and galactic astrology together today. Because both come from the same source, from the same Atlantean heritage and beyond. In Atlantis, we knew very well that fixed stars send us frequencies, and certain places on Earth receive them, and vice versa, because it was not by chance. We placed pyramids, stone circles, and places of prayer in precise locations, at the intersections of Earth meridians, on water lines, all places where the Earth's energy is particularly powerful. And then we aligned these places with specific fixed stars or planets, depending on the needs, intentions, tasks, and goals of the location. Geomancy and fixed stars create places of power that transform us. Let me show you 3. Giza. The 3 largest pyramids mirror the Orion belt. Alnitak, the largest and brightest, corresponds to the pyramid of Cheops. Alnilam, the middle one, corresponds to the pyramid of Chephren. And Mintaka, the smallest, slightly offset, corresponds to the pyramid of Menkaure. The arrangement is mirror inverted to the constellation as it stood in the sky around 12,000 BC. The northern shaft of the king's chamber in the pyramid of Cheops points to the current North Star, and the southern shaft to Sirius at the time of the pyramid's construction. In Egypt, Sirius was the bringer of the new year. When Sirius rose, the Nile flooded and a new cycle of abundance began. The Egyptians associated Sirius with Isis, goddess of magic, healing, and rebirth. The pyramids are positioned with geomantic precision. They stand at the intersection of powerful earth meridians and water lines. This is no coincidence. It is a geomantic engineering. These locations create a receiving and amplifying field that influences and transforms the surrounding area and people for miles around. Why are the pyramids aligned with Orion? The Orion Nebula, Messier Object 42, is an active star-forming region from an astronomical perspective. From a galactic astrology point of view, it is one of the most important portals in our galaxy. Here we are connected to one of the most important travel routes and energy pathways in our universe. Sirius stands for the Syrian mystery schools of wisdom. Atlantis was just one of their many branches in the galaxy. Sirius brings us ancient galactic knowledge and teachings. In the Syrian mystery schools, we attain spiritual mastery. Together, Orion and Sirius form the connection between structure and wisdom, knowledge and energy direction, alchemy and magic, rebirth at the highest level. The Great Pyramid consists of 2.3 million stone blocks. Each weighs an average of 2.5 tons. Some of them weigh even 80 tons. And they are so precisely placed that you cannot slide a razor between the joints. This is not primitive construction. It is Atlantean high-tech and knowledge cast in stone. Giza was built to preserve our Atlantean knowledge. When Atlantis sank, the initiates knew that this knowledge must not be lost. So they built pyramids, temples, and stone circles as frequency stores and as anchors of memory. And Giza is one of those anchors, aligned with Orion and Sirius, and built for initiation. I was there in November last year, 2 weeks in Egypt, and Giza helped me to understand that everything that wasn't real was stripped away from me. I stood in the king's chamber, in the center of the pyramid of Cheops, and I saw the North Star clearly and brightly with my inner vision, like a laser beam. That is Giza, and that is Orion and Sirius and the North Star. They tell you, I don't care who you think you are. Show me who you really are. The Bosnian pyramids. Controversial, yes. Most scientists say these are not pyramids, but there are simply a few questions that mainstream science is reluctant to answer. Why are the sides of those hills aligned exactly with the cardinal points? Why were kilometer-long tunnel systems found under the hills, with smoothed walls exactly as in many other places around the world. Why do we measure ultrasonic frequencies of 28.5 kilohertz there? Exactly the frequency that regenerates cells. Something is at work here and is healing here, and there is intent here. Dr. Semir Osmanagic, the Bosnian researcher, and many others took measurements there for years. The result? An electromagnetic beam at 28.5 kilohertz that continuously extends vertically from the apex of the Sun pyramid for kilometers into the sky. What are electromagnetic rays? Energy waves, such as radio waves or light waves, but in a specific frequency range. This ray is called a scalar wave, a wave that can penetrate matter and influence biological structures. And it works in both directions. It transmits and receives. The Ravne tunnels, the network of tunnels beneath the pyramids of the Sun, Moon, and Dragon reveal high concentrations of negative ions. These are air molecules that are electrically charged. They have a mood-lifting and energizing effect. Do you know the feeling after a thunderstorm or when you stand by a waterfall? Those are negative ions. Schumann resonance frequencies, this is the natural electromagnetic resonance between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. Approximately at 7.83 Hertz, the frequency of the Earth. The frequency also at which our brain vibrates. And the life energy there, millions of Bovis units. As I said, a healthy person has around 7,500, and our modern rooms often show negative values. The Bosnian pyramids and tunnels are geometrically a gigantic place with pure amplified earth energy, healing frequency for cell regeneration. I stood at the apex of the pyramid of the Sun within the scalar wave, and my body started to vibrate, and I knew this is how home feels. Afterwards, in the tunnel system, there was no panic, just serenity. It was as if I had been reset to my original blueprint. That's what places of power do. They recalibrate you without additional devices, without exercises or patches, simply through your presence. At both pyramid places, I felt there is a synchronicity working. Giza was very demanding with its Orion Sirius Polaris frequency. Bosnia felt more fluid and gentle and inviting. Come home to your body. At the top of the Sun Pyramid, I was completely here and welcome. I was allowed to be. The Bosnian pyramids are aligned with the Pleiades. I felt them and came home here. From a galactic astrological perspective, the Pleiades represent, amongst others, healing, creativity, and community. However, I have experienced that this is not about gentle healing in the Bosnian pyramids. This is about radical transformation on a cellular, even more subtle level. So we could say Pleiadian frequency and the scalar waves recalibrate you on a subatomic level to your original blueprint. Stonehenge, precisely aligned with the solstices and equinoxes. The sun rises above the heel stone. Its first ray floods the center. Stonehenge is an archaic astronomical observatory, a calendar, and of course a ritual site. Stonehenge consists of two types of stones. The sarsen stones, weighing up to 25 tons, came from 30 kilometers away. The blue stones, weighing up to 4 tons, came from Wales, 250 kilometers away. How did they do it? Without wheels, without cranes. Modern science says with ropes and logs or on boats. I say with geomancy, with sound and vibration, with levitation. If that sounds crazy to you, remember, in Atlantis and even more in Lemuria, this was normal practice. Stonehenge is not the only stone circle in England. There are hundreds of them, all connected by ley lines, all aligned with planets and fixed stars. It's a network, a galactic communication system. But we must also be honest here. Stonehenge was restored in the 1950s. A lot of concrete and steel was used to support and reinforce the stones. From a geomantic point of view, this was an absolute disaster. Although Stonehenge, like most ancient sacred sites and places of power, was shut down during the demise of Atlantis and Lemuria so that the uninitiated could not wreak havoc, and its multidimensionality is no longer active. Stonehenge was energetically dead after the renovation in the 1950s. A place of healing became a place of destruction. In 2023, I took part in a spontaneous geomantic cleansing. We tried to make the place energetically, if not physically, livable again. Geomancy can really heal a lot today, but not everything. Some disturbances have been made deliberately and purposefully so that we don't mess around and so that the time can come when the corresponding dimensionality is restored. This is happening now, more and more, and it is very exciting. Stonehenge also shows that even the most sacred places can be contaminated by ignorance and unawareness. But we can increasingly begin to bring them back. Astrologically, Stonehenge is brilliant, of course. I believe it is an ascendant place. The ascendant is the point in your horoscope where the light first illuminates your birthday. The moment of your birth, your identity in this incarnation, your entry and appearance in this world. Stonehenge can represent this moment in the stone circle. What if Stonehenge was a place for astromagic constellation work, where people asked, who am I? Why? And for what purpose did I enter this world? And the stones, again placed with geomantic precision, with the interpretation of druids and priests, provided answers in the astromagic circle. The ascendant is a gateway of initiation, and Stonehenge was a place where this initiation could be physically experienced. Three places, three principles. But why am I telling you this at an Galactic Astrological Summit? Because these places show what we knew long ago in Atlantis and what we have forgotten since and suppressed too. We humans are capable of shaping the world geomantically and harnessing the power of the planets and the stars. Astrology and geomancy have always belonged together and worked together. You can have the most beautiful chart, as I said, Pleiades on your ascendant, Sirius on your sun. But what if you sit in a room that is crisscrossed by radioactive, pathogenic left-turning water lines, has negative Bovis units, and is emotionally charged on top of it all? Then your body struggles every day. Most of your beautiful life energy is spent constantly compensating for the disturbance. And the remaining energy, is that enough to live the potency of your chart fully? In Atlantis, we built places of power where both came together. Geomantically clear, planetary calibrated, aligned with the fixed stars. And the result were places that transform, initiate, and heal. And you may ask, why is this coming back now? Because we are ascending dimensionally. The Earth is raising its frequency. We are raising our frequency. We have decided this together a long time ago. And with each dimensional level we reach, old information stored in these dimensional levels becomes available again. This includes white and dark magic. By the way, 5D and 6D opens up our Atlantean knowledge. 7D and 8D opens up our Lemurian heritage. And we remember with our bodies. And now we can do it again, not only in sacred sites, but in our own homes, based on your chart, the fixed stars that are particularly prominent in it, and your Atlantis Lemuria signature. This is the new synthesis, and I will show you now. I have developed an astrological method, the Atlantis Lemuria axis. This is my synthesis of everything I have said before, and so far it works. I started working on it just under a year ago, because I knew that something special would happen in August of 2025. The asteroid Atlantis entered 0° Scorpio and formed a yod with Uranus and Neptune. A yod, the finger of God, is an immensely significant aspect in our charts. It is a cosmic call, a summons. Julia Ballas spoke about it at the last Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, and I'm sure many of you remember it. The message of the yod was, it is time, remember, bring Atlantis back, but this time healed, this time integrated with Lemuria. There is only one asteroid Atlantis, but no asteroid Lemuria. Why? Because Atlantis was the young energy, visible, structured, manifested. Lemuria was the yin energy, invisible, fluid, and more felt. Atlantis has left traces, the pyramids and temples and the great myth. Lemuria is a trace, a frequency, a feeling within many of us. That is why I think there is no asteroid yet. Lemuria is everywhere in opposition to Atlantis. That is polarity and balance. And I am sure when we open to the higher dimensions of perception, the asteroid Lemuria will be discovered and reveals itself to us. So for now, I took the opposition point to the asteroid Atlantis in the chart. 0° Scorpio is 0° Taurus. This creates an axis of memory. Atlantis, your Atlantean task and galactic knowledge, your cosmic mission. Lemuria on the opposite side of the astral wheel, your grounding and your heart connection, your roots in Gaia. The tension between the two, that is both the division and the synthesis. And that is also your initiation path. I want to act versus I just want to be. I want to lead versus I want to serve. I want structure versus I want to flow. Do not consider this a weakness. This is your soul architecture, your soul's blueprint. You may ask, how do I find the Atlantis-Lemuria axis in my chart? Here's how. Go to astro.com, for example, it's free of charge, and enter your birth details. Choose advanced chart selection and then additional objects. There you can enter the asteroid Atlantis with its astrological number 1198. Then display your chart, and then you can see where is Atlantis in your chart. That is your Atlantis house and sign. Then determine your opposition point. Directly opposite is your Lemuria house and sign. That's it. You have your axis. What does that mean in concrete terms? Here are just a few examples. If you have the asteroid Atlantis in the first house or in Aries, then you probably were a high priest or priestess of the mysteries, a living temple, the embodiment of cosmic authority. And then your Lemuria point is in the 7th house or in Libra. As a mirror of unity, you reflected others back to their wholeness through your pure presence. If your Atlantis is in your 5th house or in Leo, then remember yourself as a frequency artist who encoded cosmic knowledge in sound, geometry, creation. And you will find Lemuria in your 11th house or Aquarius, the circle keeper. You wove community through dreams and vision into your soul family. As a final example, Atlantis in the 10th house or Capricorn. You were incarnated as a warrior king or queen, protector of the Atlantean order, strategist of evolution. And thus, Lemuria in the 4th house or Cancer. As Earth Mother, you guarded the hearth fire and were the anchor of Lemurian harmony through blood ties and sacred spaces. In the gift I have provided for this summit, I guide you through all 12 houses and signs, a journey of karmic memory through Atlantis and Lemuria. And now comes the crucial point. When you know your axis, and thus your Atlantean Lemurian blueprint, and you are sitting in a geomantically healed, fixed star calibrated place of power, then your work explodes. Your readings will become deeper and broader. You will channel information more clearly. Your energy will flow to an unknown extent. And above all, you will no longer be exhausted. You will be nourished by Gaia. The 3 levels, what is possible? Imagine on level 1 yourself. Let's say you work with astrology or any other modality, and you sit in your place of power that is calibrated to your fixed stars. What happens? You become many times more effective in multiple dimensions. On level 2, your clients, you show someone their fixed stars, their Atlantis axis, their galactic and earthly gifts. Then you do an astromagic constellation in the cosmic circle. You let them feel where their blockages lie, where the Atlantean guilt issues are. And you dissolve them together with constellation work and galactic astrology and geomantic healing. This changes lives because you lead your clients to their source. And on level 3, the new earth, what if everyone lived in places of power? If every home were geomantically healed, astrologically calibrated, connected to the fixed stars, then people would wake up in the morning and feel, I am nourished. Then our children would be in environments calibrated to their unique needs and learning frequencies. Then healers would work in practices aligned with cosmic healing frequencies. Then the earth would heal in no time. People would awaken. The synthesis would be complete. Atlantis and Lemuria and the fixed stars and deep grounding in Gaia. That is what we can create now, together. If you want to go deeper with me, come to the Galactic Astrology School. 1 year, 12 modules, online and live, and supported. We learn to read galactic charts, to interpret fixed stars, to interpret the Atlantis-Lemuria axes. We also learn to clear spaces geomantically and to design places of power and your personal sacred sites. We learn to lead constellations in the Atlantean-Lemurian context. This is co-creation and collective awakening. It is designed as memory, as practice. Start is in March 2026. I have 12 places, and the waiting list link is in the chat. Or you book a one-to-one session with me, 90 minutes, just the two of us. We will decipher your soul blueprint, your fixed stars, your Atlantis-Lemuria axis, and we resolve karmic issues. You will leave the session with clarity, direction, and with your activated gifts. Summit discount of 20% is available with the code QuantumSoul26. And last but not least, my gift for you, your Starfire, including a meditation, Starfire in your 4 walls. It's a 20-minute guided journey. And a test, is your home ready for starlight? 10 questions that immediately show you where your space is blocking you. Plus, the journey through all 12 Atlantis Lemuria houses. For each house, the Atlantean gift, the Lemurian gift, and the integration. And again, find the free link in the chat. When you come home tonight, when you sit down in your favorite place, ask yourself, if my space nourished me completely, if the energies in my chart could flow freely, if my Atlantis Lemuria gifts were activated, who would I be? Not what would I do, but who would I be? That is the Atlantean question and the Lemurian answer. And if you get even the slightest hint of an idea, then the memory within you begins. Thank you for being here with me today. What a pleasure. I am in the chat with you all and will answer all of your questions. And by the way, the energetic carpet is still active under you until the end of today's summit transmissions. Enjoy. May the starfire awaken within you, dimension by dimension. Let's go galactic.
It is my joy to now welcome a speaker devoted to spiritual awakening, sovereignty, and compassionate transformation across human and animal realms. Our second speaker of day 3 is Carla Cosentino, an astrologer, interspecies communicator, holistic intuitive healer for humans and animals, and teacher. For this past 9 years, Carla has been dedicated to finding innovative ways to help people awaken spiritually and rediscover love, joy, and inspiration during times of great change. Using ancient teachings of spiritual alchemy, bio-emotional decoding practices, and galactic astrology, she works with students in her alchemy school around the world to dissolve old, limiting ego structures that keep us trapped in negativity, pain, and fear. In 2025, Carla opened her online school in Spanish. The on-demand courses she offers are revolutionary and practical way to share the tools she applies in individual consultations, helping each person reclaim sovereignty over their own healing and strengthen communication with their inner divinity, remembering who they truly are. Carla also provides training for therapists and offers consultation in animal communication, soul doula services, and holistic intuitive healing for both human and animals. In 2026, she will teach the Introduction to Galactic Astrology course in Spanish, with the goal of expanding this fundamental approach to knowledge and practice in the Southern Hemisphere. She received her certification as a Quantum Soul Guidance practitioner in October 3rd, 2024. Her presentation is titled The Four Waves of Starseed Volunteers Through Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune, exploring how the generations in the recent decades have been influenced by the galactic astrology and what it tells us about their soul mission on Earth. Please help me extend a very warm welcome to Carla Cosentino. Welcome, Carla.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again to this beautiful summit. Thank you very much to all Galactic Astrology community, especially, of course, to Julia Balas for this opportunity and the team that it's absolutely amazing to make this possible for us and for you to make the chance to get together talking about this great tool that actually helping us to understand so much that is going on nowadays. My presentation this year will be an investigation that I've been doing about starseeds and all the three or actually four waves of volunteers and the transit of Pluto from different signs. And for that, I want to bring a little bit of context because I will be presenting specific alignments of Pluto and the other two planets that bring the chance for us to understand the collective, that will be Neptune and Uranus, and the alignments specifically of Pluto with galactic points or stars or different energetic points or universal points. My idea will be not bringing the typical conversation that we can find everywhere about the generations and Pluto in different signs. This is nothing wrong. What I want to share here is that we can take a look of Pluto in a transit in our personal charts, having the idea of which area of our chart will be enlightening and will be having different emplacements and where we'll be feeling the transformational power of Pluto. However, if this can happen every 10 years or so, because the movement of Pluto is not, it's erratic, so it's not all the time the same. In some moments will be past 10 years in some signs, in other cases a bit more, a bit less. But the idea will be not that, will be not talking about the characteristics of the generation that have Pluto at the same sign, but I've been tracking specifically at each moment that Pluto enter at the 0 point of a new sign. Normally is a kick-off that will be bringing to us the flavor of what's going on, particularly in that moment when Pluto will be let us know that something will change at the collective level. So for that moment, I made the chart and I've been taking a look on the alignments. If we take a look on the concept of volunteers that Dolores Cannon share, and many of you probably had the chance to read that book. If not, I will be highly recommended to take a look on that great book. And in that case, what she bring to our awareness was that actually the star seeds start coming into the planet with the idea to be volunteers and help the humanity and Earth in these evolutionary times that we are now after the first atomic bomb. That was a moment when everyone around at the starseed levels in the neighbor galactic neighbors start hearing the crying for help of humanity, and actually we start deciding, and I'm saying we because I'm considering a starseed too. I consider myself a starseed, so many of us decide to come in collective clusters in different moments in time with different and particular missions. I know that when we're talking about missions, big part of the time, and this is something that actually come to my awareness all the time in consultations, starseeds used to think that if we are not in service at levels that we are able to be a spiritual teachers or healers or having a possibility to be speakers or have a website or YouTube channels, we are not doing enough. And that is not true. We are coming as part of a collective soul level to increase the frequency of the earth and help to humanity reach a new point in frequency to be able to ascend with the planet. This was changing the ascensional planet, the ascensional plan changed to, under my understanding, of course, you can have different ideas of that. Everything is fine. We are trying to remember all together. So we coming from different timelines and we have different approach or ideas. No one is better. No one is wrong. We have different perspectives and we are remembering in this particular moment in time. So the first time that I reach and make the following steps for this presentation was when Pluto was in Leo. And it's interesting because this was the generation of the baby boomers. And of course, this was in between, actually, a little bit before of the 1945 when this cry for help was sending as a call to the galaxy. Interesting enough, of course, many people that arrive here before can share some particularities, but I will be bringing to you my presentation with the idea to share and see different slides to make it a little bit more easier for you to follow in the track. And the idea is have a completely understand or a bigger understanding of how the divine plan for this moment in time coming from that moment. And I am talking about the generation that now it's about 88 and 69 years old from October 8, 1937 to October 20, 1956. And at that particular time, Pluto was in Leo, the opposite sign that it's now, that is interesting. Neptune was in Virgo and Uranus was in Taurus. That actually, at the moment that I am making this video, is retrograded in Taurus at the 29 degrees. And in that particular moment in time, we don't have any alignments with galactic points. But it's interesting because after the moment that starseeds arrived from 1940 ish, 1945, actually Pluto in Leo make a huge attachment in something that is absolutely important for all of us starseeds to understand and change the perspective from the previous timelines where we stay in that dark eon where everyone was asleep, we couldn't remember anything, and everything was under repetition of the three energetic levels of the first three chakras: fear, survival, all the stuff, pain that we don't want to experience anymore. So Pluto in Leo bring the transformational leader to the awareness. People that born in that particular time was the first that actually live and experience firsthand the first rock bands, the Beatles, the moment that they experienced the Rolling Stones, the flower power, They actually, as Leo have, brings the charismatic leadership, the creative power, and the ability to inspire transformation through self-expression. This placement supports leading with heart and a vision for collective empowerment. Of course, if you are a starseed, a baby boomer, and you arrive during these times, you bring this as part of your codes inside of you. And of course, for many others, before or later on, they could experience, for example, your parents, this energy as something completely, yeah, and absolutely different. I just bring in this because as soon we start changing to the different codes and information that Pluto are giving to different signs and different clusters of souls and star seeds arriving, we will experience that in a very different way. And something that can happen, for example, today between the baby boomers and the millennials, for example, they cannot understand each other because they bring for different reasons with different codes and with different understandings. However, all and each one of them are completely and absolutely necessary for the times to come to make all together this beautiful new earth that we all are waiting to enjoy, co-create, and navigate in years and time. The evolutionary purpose of the people with Pluto in Leo actually is and was transform the ego into true leadership. I know that we are talking a lot lately about ego and the importance to let that part of our ordinary mind behind and all those programs that make us think that we are all the time the same, that we cannot change, and become in connection with our inner true to be a leader from a sovereign perspective and in alignment between what we think, what we want, what we feel, and what we do. So Pluto in Leo is learning to lead with integrity rather than from validation. At this particular moment in time, we start having big people or characters as Leo used to be, that bring the flavor and the shining of the sun, that is the ruler of this sign. And of course, we have people that change the perspective of everything forever. We can, for example, just for name one, bring to our awareness people like Elvis Presley or even the Beatles or many others, and even David Bowie, that born with this alignment that actually bring so much to the game that change the humanity forever, bringing new perspectives, new ways to feel, to live, and to actually share their shining particularity and uniqueness to the world. If we want to understand a bit more what else was actually happening in that moment, energetically speaking, for these star seeds, what else they bring to the table, and how was and is the frequency that they've been holding from that moment till now to be able to keep building what we need to have ready for now to experience the new era of Aquarius. We must to take a look in Neptune in Virgo. Neptune in Virgo is the spiritual healer. And of course, after many years of survival, pain, almost distraction, destruction of everything on earth, so many years of war. We have this Neptune in Virgo that brings precision to spiritual service, dedication to healing, and the ability to discern the sacred within the mundane. This placement actually supports using practical skills for spiritual growth and was absolutely needed at evolutionary purpose to balance service with acceptance. And Neptune in Virgo is learning to embrace imperfection as part of the divine order. How important was this for all of us? And many of us, even when we don't arrive with those codes, we needed to learn this arriving later just to keep going and do our own work as starseeds. I will be sharing with you beloveds, starseeds role models. One is Ramdas, Penelope Smith, that is the grandmother of the animal communication, and Jane Goodall. We are able to change the world if we embrace who we really are. Uranus in Taurus brings resourcefulness, practitioner innovation, and the desire to revalorize values and material security. This energy actually is here to transform the financial system. This was the really beginning. This was the base, the building of the base of what we're probably going to experience in the next few years, and creating sustainable practices. And the evolutionary purpose of this energy arriving and those that arrive with these codes was balance and stability with progress, and learning to embrace change as means to enhance security, and actually is absolutely needed at these particular times. Taking a look at the second generation of star seeds after Pluto in Leo and Neptune in Virgo, plus Uranus and Taurus, that was first wave, we have at this very moment something completely different, that it's Pluto in Virgo, but we have a singularity that can make us understand that everything in this divine plan is orchestrated in a way that we can take a look as a same timeline. And it's Pluto in Virgo have an alignment with Regulus. And I will be talking about Regulus with you. But first, let's talk about when this generation start. This is a generation that go from October 20th, 1956 to October 5, 1971. So those are the ones that now have between 69 and 53 years old. Pluto in Virgo, let them be the transformative healers that the world need at that time. Pluto in Virgo brings the profound ability to heal, analyze, and transform systems for greater efficiency. After all that happened during Pluto in Leo, that we have, of course, always both extremes. After all the expand of more resources that needed, we start having with Pluto in Virgo first economical crisis, and Virgo is a specialist to understand how to use what they get and stop blaming everyone else and take responsibility. This placement supports deep work in health, service, and uncovering the root of causes of imbalance, and that was very, very needed. Of course, everything had a shadow side, and the challenge in that time always was perfectionism, criticism, and the tendency to focus on flaws. And that fear of imperfection may paralyze action. But the importance and evolutionary purpose was transform service into empowerment. With Pluto in Virgo, we learn to serve without self-sacrifice. And something that is very important is that actually even the routines of the work change and start having at the radar of people, very fundamental for these times now, people that start working for others and being self-employed, giving services was huge in these times. As Pluto was in Virgo, was in alignment with Regulus, this alignment brings the energy to be transformative leaders with immense power and influence. Their journey often, as we all know, involves profound personal evolution, and the Regulus Starseed characteristics are individuals with strong leadership. They feel called to lead or guide others, having a strong and big generosity and natural desire to help and uplift their community through their generous heart. Normally, these are the star seeds that become leaders in their region, in their area, and was not necessarily something huge and glamorous and big as rock stars. But of course, in that moment with Pluto in Leo, we needed huge new role models to change and actually interrupt the way of the timeline that was heading to extinction, actually. Something else that are typical from a strong Regulus starseed characteristic is the courage. They are fearless in the face of adversity. They inspire others with their bravery. They have integrity, have a strong necessity of creative expression, such as art, music, or become in public speakers. They have a karmic responsibility of learning to balance power with compassion and humility, and are often associated with Atlantean or Syrian soul lineage, embodying qualities of divine leadership and protection. They may feel strong connection to ancient civilizations and a desire to restore balance and harmony in the modern world. So can be something that is in alignment with you, and of course can be part of your personal alignments if you have a strong alignment with Regulus, or even if you have previous incarnations there. These star seeds appreciate quality, high standards, luxury of life, and when they tap into their spiritual essence, many times they resonate or choose to serve as healers at the same time. So there are really amazing starseed beings. Maybe you are one of those. Then in this particular time, when Pluto was 0 degree of Virgo, Uranus was in Leo, and then bring back again this necessity to put the intention, the energy, the focus, and become a visionary leader. So Uranus in Leo brings creative genius, charisma, and fearless approach to self-expression. And of course, many of them have again this energy to fulfill the roles of leaderships, and they will require courage to stand out of many other times in their biological family. This never happened before. So we needed an extra strong alignments that bring this necessity to become in unique and once in difference and embrace our inner light in different ways. So shadow side of Uranus in Leo are the challenge that include, of course, the craving of attention, arrogance, and overshadow or the need of recognition. But the evolutionary purpose is to balance individuality with humility, and Uranus in Leo is learning always how to lead without a need of external validation. And then at this particular time, Neptune was in Scorpio. So, what we need as an extra was that this energy help to embrace the mystical alchemist inside of you. Neptune in Scorpio brings profound intuition, the ability to navigate shadow work, and a fearless approach to transformation. This placement excels in uncovering hidden truth and facilitating deep healing. So, the evolutionary purpose was to balance transformation with surrender, and this particular emplacement of Neptune in Scorpio is helping us to learn how to trust in the process without needing control. Next, we have a generation that goes from October 5th, 1971 to November 6th, 1983. These are the ones that born with Pluto in Libra, and Pluto at the 0 degree of Libra was in alignment with the super galactic center. Uranus at that time was in Libra and Neptune in Sagittarius. I know this very well because it's my own placement, so I want to share with you what this means. Pluto in Libra brings to starseeds and this particular generation, but starseeds in particularly talking about the necessity to infuse these to the collective and into their own being, to awake our inner gift and our seed inside of us, our own particular wisdom. The evolutionary reason to be here is to be the transformational diplomat. And the evolutionary purpose of this is that we must to transform relationships into mirrors of truth. We can see in the others our own shadows, and we are able to learn how to balance power dynamics with integrity. When we have Pluto in Libra in alignment with the supergalactic center, is a transformative power that is concentrated, of course, in relationships with themes of intensity, rebirth, and empowerment. The person is called to master power dynamics in partnerships, becoming a force of deep relational healing, shadow work, and confronting relational fears or are critical to our evolution. At this particular time, Uranus is not near Pluto, but at the same time is bringing the energy of the revolutionary peacemaker. And the evolutionary purpose of this is bring balance and harmony with authenticity. Uranus in Libra is learning to uphold fairness without compromising individuality. And I know this is not easy to learn, not at the beginning, because we have the tendency to actually put others first. But at the end of a time, when we are around 40 or 50, it's easier for us to understand that we must to be clearly an individual inside of a relationship. If not, we will be keep doing shadow work all the time, or transmuting the shadow of the other person. And at the end of the day, if we work enough in us, we will understand that doing the work that the other person need to make, it's a way to deal with someone else's karma. And in some way, we are taking away the possibility of the other person to grow. So when we understand that, we can understand that we are not here to do the other person work, but to walk with the other, or show, in this particular case, when we made the work, how they can become in a better version of themselves, only of course if they decided and want to do it. So in this particular time, we have Neptune in Sagittarius. I love this emplacement, and this become us in spiritual seekers. The evolutionary purpose is balance faith with particularity, our own way, our to see the world, and our own philosophy. And actually, this Neptune is helping us to ground visions into tangible actions, and that is absolutely necessary. With Pluto in Libra having this emplacement in alignment with the supergalactic center, what I can said, because it's part of what I actually perceive and live, was that the hidden feminine aspect of God is deeply needed. Hidden knowledge of mystery school or the figure of Mary Magdalene can be big for you or for us. Even all those that putting her in the real placement of partner, mother, wife, and lover of Jesus as a spiritual master, detaching him from the traditional religions and her from their place, and at the same time trying to heal all the wounds of the feminine and bring those memories of Mother Earth and nature into our own equation. Many have a strong connection with Lemuria, and at the same time, this was only a part to bring the necessity of get balance into this equation. Okay, let's talk now about the millennials. They born with Pluto in Scorpio, and they have Pluto in Scorpio in alignment with Shapley attractor. And at the same time, Neptune was in Capricorn. This is the moment that goes from 6th of November of 1983 to January 17, 1999. So now they are around 42 to 26 years old. So Pluto in Scorpio, in alignment with the Shapley attractor, it's a powerhouse of transformative energy, representing ultimately personal evolution and collective impact. This alignment signifies a journey of rebirth and profound empowerment, and associating with Pluto, death and transformation also applies to potentials for renewal and regeneration. It signifies the opportunity to let go of old patterns, beliefs, or structures that no longer serve us, and to embrace new beginnings. Pluto in Scorpio is like the phoenix rising. So the evolutionary purpose is transform darkness into a spiritual power. And they are learning to trust the transformative process without resistance. And they are learning, and we are learning too. I hope that we'll be able to see this and thank them for being here as volunteers. At the same time, they work with Neptune in Capricorn, and these become them in spiritual architects. The evolutionary purpose is bring balance or balance ambition with compassion, and will be teaching us to build with both heart and mind. So thank you, millennials, for being here. Let's talk about Shapley attractor. What's happened when it's in a point of a chart for you, for me, or in this particular case, that is in alignment with Pluto, bringing this strong generation of understanding people as Scorpio it is likely the life area where it's found. The Shapley attractor will be guiding us to embody our true colors, and we are called to be true to our soul essence and who we really are at the core. And this was something that they know better, and that's the reason because they don't pretend and they don't fit. It is also the life area or where Shapley attractor is, where it becomes potentially easiest to embody our soul in the most rewarding way. And as a result, the life area in the opposite house that to the Shapley will be activated and bring a lot of attention or other rewards to the point of Shapley's life area. Let's take a look now to those that born with Pluto in Sagittarius. They are really young. They are between 26 and 17 years old, can be brother, sister, your son or daughter, can be grandson, granddaughter. So let's take in a look on them because Pluto in Sagittarius is in alignment with Hadar Beta Centauri. I just love these people. And Neptune is in Aquarius. They are from another world. So let's dive in. They are from 17th of January of 1995 to 26th of January 2008. Pluto in Sagittarius become them in transformational seekers, and the evolutionary purpose is transform beliefs into wisdom. Pluto in Sagittarius is helping us or teaching us to align ideals with integrity. And all the energy of Beta Centauri Hadar bring them the flavor, the color of being masters of spiritual evolution. They are compassionate, drawn to the arts, open-minded, and incredible healers. They are amazing as a generation. We will have a lot of time to see them bloom. And Neptune in Aquarius is the visionary humanitarian. So all these together, it's beautiful. The evolutionary purpose is to balance innovation with empathy, and Neptune in Aquarius is teaching us to bring spiritual ideals into collective action. So what a beautiful, beautiful generation. And let's take a look. These very young ones that actually are between 17 and 2 years old actually. They are really young. They born between the 26th of January of 2008 to March 3 of 2023. Another amazing, they are the fourth wave of volunteers. They born with Pluto in Capricorn in alignment with Ettamine and Neptune in Aquarius. Pluto in Capricorn are the transformational architecture, as I mentioned in the other case with Neptune, and the evolutionary purpose for them will be transform ambition into purpose. It's not more the time to dream, but or to desire to do a new earth. It's for them something that become in a purpose. For them, they will be now the moment to learn how to build with integrity rather than control. And Ettamine is a strong connection with dragons. It's a moment for them to reconnect with the hidden history of these multidimensional beings, able to create worlds and awakening this knowledge and wisdom of other time on earth where magic was alive. So take a look, guys. They will be bringing back probably many of the fairies and gnomes and that mystic beings that actually are part of this creation that we lost, but who knows, they can bring their back. If they are sleeping, probably they will know the hidden knowledge or language to wake them up. And there have Neptune in Aquarius. There are the visionary humanitarians. At the same time, they will bring the vision of collective evolution, compassion for humanity, and ability to channel spiritual insights into technological advancements. So the evolutionary purpose to these very young kids are balance, innovation with empathy, and they will be teaching us to bring spiritual ideals into collective actions. They are learning this now, so hopefully we can become in a really good role models. So at the same time, I will be last but not least open the space for our beautiful ones that born from 24th of May of 2023 to now and into 2043 that are the really new souls arriving with Pluto in Aquarius in alignment with Altair and Neptune in Pisces. Pluto in Aquarius is the revolutionary transformer. They will bring the vision for collective evolution. They are having the ability to transform outdated system and a revolutionary spirit to do so. Displacement support using power for humanitarian causes, and the evolutionary purpose is transform rebellion into enlightenment. So Pluto in Aquarius is learning them and teaching us to lead with vision and integrity. At the same time, Altair and the souls or stat seeds that come in from there are inspire clarity, natural born leaders, very action oriented, brave and courageous souls, and there are insatiable thirst for knowledge. So this will be for sure a moment that many of us, if we are not here physically, we would wanted to see how they get into a blooming point and evolution from the other realms. Neptune in Pisces, we know a bit about it this year and the last few, is the mystic and brings profound compassion, spiritual insights, and seamless connection to the divine. This placement excels in healing art and dissolving boundaries between worlds. And the evolutionary purpose is to balance spirituality with boundaries. And of course, they will be learning to channel, and they will be teaching us how to channel spiritual insights without losing self-awareness. Ways to understand that when we take a look not only in Pluto as generational points, but the understanding that he works better with Uranus and Neptune, we can understand better the full scenario of these evolutionary forces. And with the galactic emplacement, alignments, we can understand even better what is the divine purpose and what is the reason to volunteers arrive, what is our goal, and of course to understand more and better our particular mission, our particular soul, and help the different pieces to fit in for us. It's very important have a personal consultation. And as this is really a blessing moment, I decide to give you the chance to participate and leave your emails to get a takeaway and try to, be part of our raffle. Will be one free consultation of Galactic Astrology, just to read your chart and understand more what's going on with you. So if you want to be part of this, please take a look, send your email if you prefer, do it that way, or get into www.galacticawakening.org and leave your email, your name, and your country right there to be part of this. This will be happening will be open for 3 days only after the summit ends. And after that, I will be sending an email with the raffle video, and at the same time I will be make it public in my YouTube channel and in my Instagram. So I hope that this was something that was interesting for you, and bye bye for now. It was a really pleasure being with you all again. Bye.
Our next speaker, Christina, brings us into the realm of soul fragments, cosmic transmission, and the living language of light. Christina began her galactic journey through healing. Over time, these alignments evolved into energy transmissions that became increasingly cosmic. Cosmic energies began showing up as she held space for healing and energetic work, expanding her awareness of connections with the stars and relationships with the star beings. Later came visions of codes. At first, they appeared as small symbols while she was in her healing state. Then they began showing up just before sleep, appearing so quickly that she could not consciously remember them. She was told she did not need to remember them, as they were downloads for her. From that point on, the codes began to flow whenever Christina entered her quiet healing state, which aligns clearly with her galactic chart. Around the same time, she wrote a book in Danish about how she perceives the energies of the soul. Christina also returned to a long-held desire to paint, initially intended to draw the cosmic codes into her artwork. Along the way, the paintings themselves became codes. Sometimes cosmic light codes are painted directly into the artwork, sometimes not, yet the energetic effect remains similar. Each piece acts as a key, opening a field through which energy transmissions can be received. These transmissions come from a gathering of cosmic beings, each contributing their frequencies into a unified energetic alchemy. Each alchemical blend carries a theme that can be accessed by connecting with the cosmic light codes or the paintings themselves. Before becoming certified as a quantum soul guidance practitioner, Christina was already a shamanic healer and light worker, able to connect with other realms and bring supportive energies into this world. Animals have touched her heart throughout her life, making animal telepathy another natural expression of her work. Christina's main purpose now is to continue serving as a channel for cosmic light codes and holding space for cosmic energy transmission, whether through codes, paintings, or direct energetic sessions. She became certified as Quantum Soul Guidance Practitioner on 30th of March 2025 on her 56th birthday. Christina's presentation today is titled Soulfragments and Cosmic Light Codes. At this year's summit, Christina shares her perspective on the soul as a multidimensional being composed of soul fragments, living lives across star systems within our Milky Way galaxy. She invites you into an energetic space that brings balance and gently opens perception, allowing you to receive what is meant for you in this moment. Christina shares examples of soul fragment journeys and how they remain connected with you. She also briefly introduces her cosmic light codes, allowing you to sense whether they are for you. Enjoy the journey and help me welcome Christina to the stage. So good to see you here. Welcome.
Welcome to Graceful Galactic Alchemy. Welcome to Christina's energy. I am Christina. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to Julia and the rest of the team for making this possible for all of us to share insights and wisdoms from galactic realms. I am going to speak to you about how I see us as souls, as cosmic beings. Maybe it is totally in resonance with you, or maybe it's not. I invite you to open your heart and join me on this journey, this storytelling that will open for seeing your soul in a connected way maybe you already see it connected to the stars. Then you might get this feeling stronger, this sense of connection, of relationship with your soul. I have prepared a shamanic field of energy that I invite you to step into if you want to. This energy space is going to bring balance, more balance to your system, opening your perceptions to receive what is for you at this moment. Besides from being part of Julia's certified practitioners, I am light worker, energy healer, holder of transmission, channel of cosmic codes, and a lot of my energy work is based on shamanic methods. So if you want to step in, please do now. Just set your intention. If you do not want to step in, it's totally fine. You can just listen. And everything is just perfect. I'm just holding the space for those of you who want to step in. The journey for me has taken me wide and broad. And a couple of years ago, suddenly cosmic codes came to me. I started drawing them on paper, not knowing what it is, what it was, but was told that it was cosmic light codes, and it made totally sense for that period of time in my life. I continued to draw. I wrote a book where I also put the codes in the book, but the energies melted so fine together. I took up my painting. Many years ago, I painted just for fun. It's still just for fun. But I got the idea that why not paint and put in the codes. Some of the paintings I draw codes, but the codes are there no matter what, because when I do this, when I draw the codes or paint the paintings, I connect to cosmic energies, like when I'm doing energy transmissions. And I discovered that there was a whole area of cosmic beings that worked on the codes, worked on the paintings, putting energies in them. So I started to bring it out to the world, and then a lot of people asked me, what is this? What is it doing? And I will tell you that each code, each painting is a key that can connect and open for a group of cosmic energies. Like opening, getting the key and opening a door, and behind that door is a lot of energies that can help you with a certain a certain theme. Because along with the codes and the paintings, there was always a message, a theme, to point out that this theme, maybe it could be to love yourself more, to forgive yourself. It could be anything. So it's kind of receiving healing for the theme that the key opens to. Then I discovered that it's not just receiving energy, it is also giving it back. It is an exchange of energy. And I am drawn to say, energy is always an exchange. So these codes to me represents establishing or reconnecting, rewiring to our soul families, to our soul fragments, to the stars, to the star families, to the soul fragments that exists among the stars. I will explain to you how I see our soul. In creation, in source, or whatever you may call it, we are built as an energetic being. We are created and coded with endless possibilities to unfold wherever we come to. And to create balance in the universe, in cosmos, we have abilities to unfold both the dark and the light. It depends on our journey, what is going to be activated. It depends on how we step into ourselves and take our own leadership, and how we are getting influenced by others. How we learn to set our boundaries, to stay in our sovereignty. A lot of lightworkers all around the world is working for the same, overall for the same balance, peace. So I see when we are done being created in source, we burst out from source like a fresh air of energy. And this bundle, this huge energy, is splitting into soul fragments. So it's not the right words, but to explain it, I see that we come out of source as a great soul, a huge soul that consists of soul fragments. some of those soul fragments sets their course to the Milky Way galaxy. Some sets their journey off to other places. But let's follow some of those who enter the Milky Way galaxy. Let's say there are 10 of them. I believe there's many more, but just let us say there's 10. 10 of your soul fragments entering the Milky Way, preparing themselves to start the journeys all along whatever exists in the Milky Way. There may be one soul fragment that is set out to go to Lyra. There's a lot of beautiful stories about Lyra being our cosmic ancestors. So when a soul fragment stays on Lyra, living its life, getting its cycle of experience on Lyra, it's going to learn how to live, how to exist, how to interact, how to love, how to exist as a Lyran being with other Lyrans, but also with other star beings and beings that is on Lyra at the same time. If we stay, let me just see, if we stay at Lyra with this soul fragment that I am seeing right now, I am seeing, and maybe this is for one of you who's listening, I am seeing a soul being, a soul fragment that is a form of caretaker. What we would call something in between a caretaker and a nurse. Caring for other beings that needs helping hands and needs tending to. This soul fragment being is staying there for a while, performing, learning tasks, gaining wisdom, gathering experiences. And when the next journey is due to this soul fragment, it travels again. Maybe it stays on Lyra for several lifetimes, for several experience cycles, before it sets off. Let's say that a soul fragment sets off to Sirius. The first thing that happens when a new being set foot on Sirius is to adjust to the environment that is on Sirius. I'm looking for a right word. It's like being adjusted. It's the best word I can find. adjusted to fit to the energies of Sirius. So there is a kind of period where that takes place. And then the being is being included more and more in the Syrian society to figure out where they are going to gain their experiences. What role will this soul fragment have on Sirius? Some of those roles is some of the wisdom we can get from reading into archives, soul archives, Akashic records, and also through looking into galactic astrology. The galactic astrology chart can show to which stars we all have, not we all, but it's personalized. So if you get a galactic astrology chart, it's possible to see which stars have you gained experiences on. Where have you stayed? What parts of your life here on Earth is going to be influenced by these stays in the stars? Like this Syrian soul fragment. The stuff that this Syrian soul fragment is learning, gaining wisdom, is going to be something that you can connect to, because you are connected to your own soul fragment. You can connect to it consciously and interact with it. Maybe you have learned a skill here on Earth that you can give back to your Syrian soul fragment. The mission, some of the mission I am here for, is to connect, reconnect, rewire to your soul fragments, to interact with them, to create relationships with them. To make you aware that you are a great cosmic being. You are not just an earthling in 3D. You are also a Syrian. If you have a Syrian soul fragment, you have many soul fragments, and they all exist in different dimensions. You may even have other earthly beings, earthly soul fragments, just in other dimensions. I believe that we have that. Just breathe. Just breathe for a while and let this wonder, let this sink in. So let's take this further. Remember that you had 10, or in this example, we have 10 soul fragments coming into the Milky Way. One went to Lyra, one went to Sirius, or maybe the one from Lyra went to Sirius. What about the other 10? Maybe one went to the Pleiades, learning how to heal going back to Sirius, learning how to teach, and going to Lyra to build sanctuaries. Maybe they all went direct from one star to the next, to the next, to the next, and now here on Earth. Maybe they already know each other. Maybe number 5 and number 8 are in a relationship. Maybe they are married. Maybe they are having a business together. Maybe they are struggling against each other because they have to learn how to forgive and let go, and to learn how to be in harmony. Imagine you sitting here on Earth. Close your eyes and imagine that you are sitting here right where you are right now in your chair. And imagine that you have 10 soul fragments, that is you, that are existing and thriving in other star systems, waiting for you to connect with them. Maybe they have tried to reach out. Maybe you have a hunch that there is someone out there that wants to connect with you. Maybe it's one of your soul fragments. Open your heart. Open your heart to let you recognize the soul fragments. That is you. Maybe you have abilities to go into states of being where you can connect to guides and star beings. Maybe you are not such a person who does that, but with your heart and your intention, I believe that the ways to connect with your star family, with your soul fragments, is going to reveal itself for you. Because we do not all have the same path to being more ourselves. These galactic readings that the certified practitioners from Julia's course can do, they can create openings, activations to connect to these star families. Both like a cosmic journey, but also through your daily life. If you sit here in your earthly 3D being, imagine how much of a whole being you would be if you were connected to all of your soul fragments. I don't know if this is possible to connect with them all. Maybe it is. In a while. I believe deep from my heart that our own soul fragments is longing for connecting with us. They are ready. It is time. the feeling of feeling like a whole person with all that we are here in this physical world, in our earthly being, is something many spiritual have worked on, balancing themselves, finding harmony and peace within themselves, and to being able to being able to exist in situations that we meet in life, keeping ourselves in harmony, in contact with ourselves. Imagine if and when this happens with our soul fragments. It's going to give a world, a universe that is much more connected, much more balanced. Because if you have 10, and I believe you have many more, because I believe we all have, but if you have 10 soul fragments, you have 10 beautiful beings that will support you always. I will show you a lot of pictures. I'm saying a lot because I have drawn a lot of pictures, images, to make it more visible how I see this. Because to me this makes totally sense, and maybe it does to you, but maybe it doesn't. So I have just drawn some sketches of how I see these connections that I have talked about. And I will put them in right after this. And if you want to receive those, I can send them to you if you just send me your email. I will put those in those drawings. This is the drawings that I have created just to give a visualization of you and your soul fragments. Here you can see you in the middle, you in the sense of your earthly soul fragment. I know this is very simplified, but sometimes simplifications can give quite a good impression on how things might be. You can see that around you there are stars that you are wired to, that you are connected to with your soul fragments. So let us connect them. Let us all connect ourselves with our soul fragments in cosmos. There are different ways to look at it, but in each circle there is an existence of a being. an endless being. That are connected to you. And they are also connected to each other in some way. I haven't drawn those lines in this picture. Here is different ways of seeing each being. It's only your imagination that can show, and your contact, that can show how your soul fragment may look if you should draw them. This is just my take. Remember that. I also think that it is quite funny because in my drawings there are certain figures that showed up and also in the codes that I'm drawing. So I'm going to show you some of those drawings. Here there is a being, soul fragment being, that is surrounded by energy. Maybe it exists in spirals of energy. What do you think? Each of those are connected with other energies in the universe. And not just you. For example, if we look at a Syrian soul fragment that is a part of your soul, the Syrian soul fragment does not only connect to you, in the same way that you are not only connected to your family, you are also connected to your colleagues, your friends, and so on. And your soul fragments are the same, maybe not the same, but they do not only exist in connection with you, they exist in their own cycle of existence. And the way I have seen, not specific on soul fragments, but I have seen in many visions that an energetic being can connect with another energetic being through a form, I don't know what it's called, but it's the one that I have drawn here so that you can see the connections. In my mind, it's the same as brain synapses, where nerve cells, brain cells meet in points where they can spread. It's like a traffic spot where you can go in many directions. I hope that these drawings is widening your perception. Maybe you see it totally different, but I hope, and it is my intention, that they will open up for understandings and perceptions in your being. This was the drawings. Thank you for watching them. I also want to share some of those cosmic codes that I'm drawing. I am drawing them on cards, pre-printed cards that looks like this on the back, and then looks like this on the front where the card is. It's difficult to see on this. I can see that the camera doesn't show it quite well, but I will put some of them here in camera. The camera isn't good at it, but the idea is that there are cards like tarot cards, oracle cards, whatever. You can get personalized cards, and then there's a code and there's a message on it. I will, in this offering, draw such a code. I will not draw it on a card. I will draw it on a paper and send you on email, because shipping costs is crazy. So if you want such a card, such a code, not the card, but such a code, this card, for example, I'm going to read it. It's, sorry, put my glasses on. Support to balance your light with your relationships, with those that you are in relation with. Balance your light. This was the cards. I hope that you have enjoyed me telling this story, taking you on this journey throughout the galaxy to maybe recognize some of your own soul fragments. This is the time of awakening. This is the time to rewire, to let go of the wires that is preventing you, from being the true you, and wiring you to your soul fragments and whatever is meant to be a part of you. Before I say thanks again, I will lay out an offer in honor of this summit, in honor of you that are here. If you email me, I will send you one of the channeled cosmic codes with a message to you and the guidance that is the recipe on how you can connect to the code that is the key that unlocks an alchemy of cosmic energies that can support you. This is my gift to you. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being here with Thank you.
It is a great honor for me to now introduce our next speaker of the day, whose work bridges numerology, cosmic intelligence, and heart-based evolution. Ronna Prince, a spiritual teacher, award-winning documentary filmmaker, intuitive channel, and pioneer of heart-based transformation. Her journey began with a profound childhood encounter with a being of light at age 13, an experience that lifted her out of early trauma and set her on a lifelong path of healing and spiritual service. For more than 2 decades, Ronna has facilitated thousands of karmic and soul level healings, helping clients release past life imprints and reconnect with their deepest purpose. In 2012, Ronna produced the film Sacred Journey of the Heart, featuring Indigenous wisdom elders and internationally known new paradigm teachers such as Greg Braden and Dr. Joe Dispenza. The title was intentionally crafted to equal 111 in numerology, what she calls a magnetic heart attraction field. This intention was a key part of the film's success, which featured her own healing journey alongside specific processes to activate heart healing. Her unique soul code method is the cornerstone of her work, honoring the innate knowing within every individual. As Ronna says, your soul knows. This knowing arises from ancient Pythagorean numerology, a vibrational truth carried at the core of our being. In 2023, Ronna discovered Galactic Astrology, which she describes as a perfect fit with her existing body of work. This expanded her guidance into multidimensional origins, star lineages, and the cosmic evolution of the soul's journey to wholeness. She receives her QSG certification in September 2023. In 2025, Ronna introduced her 111 Light Language program, supporting clients in discovering their personal 111 language, a phrase or concept aligning with their unique purpose during this paradigm shift into multidimensional, heart-based living. Today, Ronna integrates decades of spiritual teaching with galactic wisdom, offering webinars, sessions, and channel transmissions that support remembrance and activation of true nature and star heritage. Ronna's presentation topic is titled Consciously Creating Our Future with Cosmic Knowledge. Ronna tunes the first part of her presentation into the frequency of 2026, sharing exact numerology-based frequency matches that align with the energy of the coming year and support conscious evolutionary intention. She offers insights into cosmic visitors such as 3i Atlas and other space travelers, stimulating humanity's understanding of its place in the universe. Ronna demonstrates her 111 light language and introduces the divine directives, 9 wisdom codes received in 2025 from Malkuth, a Lemurian emissary from the Shapley Attractor. These codes activate what she calls the golden inner pathway, a catalyst for starseed remembrance, offering guidance for new humans anchoring love, wisdom, and peace. Can't wait to see this. Please help me welcome Ronna Prince to the stage.
Hi, everyone. As Julia said, I'm Ronna Prince, and I'm so excited to share with you my topic and all the things that I see are upcoming for us in 2026 and how we can really lock in to the energies and the opportunities. So here we go. 2026 is an exciting new year, and the topic I'm sharing today is consciously creating our future from cosmic knowledge. So as you can see, I'm a numerologist. It is one of the things that I love doing, as well as QSG and Galactic Astrology, adding that to my list of things that I do with my clients to create a new window on things, perhaps a new perspective. So our future, as you can see, is what I'm calling a 2026 because it equals that in numerology, a frequency match. So we'll be sharing that. And I'm going to give you some of my good stuff right up front. What are some of the topics and the themes that match this 2026 energy? Consciously creating our future with cosmic knowledge. And that's the big expansion. And you see some of the other numbers there. I'll flesh that out a little bit and would say here, don't worry too much about the numbers as they flash up. Just feel the topic, consciously creating our future with cosmic knowledge is 226, and in love, peace, wisdom. What is it, our contribution as we move into this new year, and how can we share our gifts and share our cosmic knowledge reciprocally with what's coming in our direction? I just want to call out on this slide, my Vimeo channel is Global Wholeness. So if you get used to looking at vimeo.com and you search for Global Wholeness, I have a lot of things on that channel, including my film, Sacred Journey of the Heart. So if you're interested in more stuff, a lot more explanations of how I work and what I do are there. So today I'm going to be overviewing creating our future with master frequencies, and I'll talk about what that means and how does that benefit us. Accessing ancient codes, a very exciting topic, as Julia put it out months ago, connecting to cosmic currents, and then activating the light language, the 111 light language. These are frequency codes of mastery that we're all being called to share our wisdom, our gifts in many different ways. And one of the ways we can do it is through words and vibrations and sounds and concepts. So here is a being that I've been connecting with since about the Lionsgate of last year. Lionsgate is always a big event for me, and this is a being that I started working with and through Home Mom of Pegasus, and he goes by the term Maestro. I am a channel, I'm a conscious channel, and so I've gone way beyond my legacy of and heritage of the Ascended Masters since age 13 and into Galactic Benevolent Master Teachers, and this is one of them. And I'm going to share this artwork. You'll see the note here. All tarot images are done by Pamela Matthews, who did the new Aeon Tarot deck to go with these beautiful color energies behind me, including Archangel Raphael back here that you'll see in a little bit. And so I have written permission from her to share all of these images. And this one is so fantastic because this being Homam, a fixed star Homam of Pegasus, came to me with this appearance of a galactic type being with the book of records. And so I looked at numerology. I always will do this, and I'll again explain the basics, but exactly perfect is the 85, the higher octave of the tarot, which is an expanded tarot that we probably won't get into too much, but look at the pictures and we'll see over and over this new Aeon tarot that was created beginning in 2000 with amazing galactic images. But here is this being, Homam, saying, come along into the new future. And here we have two winged horses, Pegasus, bringing us into that new future across the line between the 29 degrees of Pisces and into the new beginning of Aries that we talked about last year. Still talking about those planets and fixed stars that are moving us forward. So I want to share that because you'll see this over and over again, which is why I think part of the cosmic codes are things that have been here and have been developing, waiting for our more collective consciousness to catch up with visionary artists such as Pamela Matthews and people like Dolores Cannon and Julia, who were seeing these big trends before a lot of the rest of us caught on. So last year, we were talking about the importance of the year 2025 that just ended, and I likened it to the 225 million, give or take, year cycle it takes for orbiting bodies to go around the galactic center. So I said, wow, that's exciting. And we are really all waking up, many of us, to multi-galactic dimensional awareness with things like galactic astrology and starseed origins. And it was really important, and it leads us into this year of 2026 because we had a 45 times 45 equals 2025, a perfect square year. So there was a lot of things that were opening us up to higher levels of mastery with the big events of last year, especially the beautiful water trines we were having towards the end of the year, that perfect trinity year. And even more math, numerology, which is simple and beautiful. Every single prime number cubed, 1 times 1 times 1, as you see, all the way to 9 times 9 times 9, added up is 2025. So that got a lot of us excited. You see the pattern is there. You can't deny it. Even the energy of 2025 perfect trinity year itself, when you translate that, and I'll share in a minute, is 111. So I'm going to be talking about your personal light language. How do you tune into these frequencies with your galactic wisdom expanding, your connections with the starseed origins and things like that being transmitted through these cosmic currents. So why frequency? Well, here's one of my frequency calibrations. Frequencies, which is vibration and resonance, the first two universal laws, frequencies create light codes, highlighting change potential for mastery, especially when we highlight something and I have an Excel program I wrote and I hear in frequencies and we're creating this perfection of a 333. So that is for me what basic frequencies are. A lot of people are talking about light codes. Some come in, as we know, just from the solar flares, from a lot of the other celestial events that are happening. I'll mention 3i Atlas in a little bit, but a lot of this energy is coming in many forms that we can make it conscious through language. So I do really believe the perfect water trines that were happening at the end of 25 with Saturn and Neptune in Pisces and Jupiter in Cancer, and in Scorpio, we had this kind of like activations going on in the water sign of Scorpio. So that energy sort of opened and set the stage for what's coming up right around the corner. And another sort of master frequency number, 220, 2026, 2222. 6, that exact conjunction of the Saturn and Neptune in 045 of Aries, that creator degree. So it's all of this perfection, this movement of mastery and light language coming in is moving us into this point that is a highlight that many people have said, we don't know the last time that this actually happened, many thousands and thousands of years ago at this creator degree. And being a numerologist, I happen to know that 45 is the word, as you translate it, expansion. So this is happening as we're experiencing expansion of consciousness. So here we are, this 2025 special year +1. This is a 1 year. 2 + 2 + 6 is 10, or 20 and 26. That's a 1. You add those little single digit numbers up, and we reduce it to its littlest number, we get a 1. So here we are, leaping full joy ahead in the year 2026, a new beginning year. So after 9 of last year completion comes a new beginning. So if we look at what that 46 looks like, and you're going to see this as I explain a little bit more, this system behind me of color and light, representing tarot, Kabbalah, I Ching, astrology, all kinds of things. This is the card or the art depiction of 46 that was done somewhere between 2000 and 2005 when the artist was drawing an entire tarot set to correspond. First came these bottles. This is called the Wanderer. And this is exactly perfection. And I find this over and over. We have the Wanderer, which is ourselves, We can consider ourselves galactic wanderers that's crossing the bridge, and he's celebrating the journey. He's on his way, he, she, and here's his familiar group saying, yay, go for it. Going from, I'm suggesting from the fourth density. Here we're operating across the bridge, the cosmic currents, the waters, and the water trines moving things down to meet on the other side, the new human. So when I saw this summit title in late summer, early fall, I said, this is it. This is the work that is exactly depicted in both when we're expanding our vision through looking at our galactic charts, going into our quantum soul guidance sessions. We're crossing the bridge into a new illuminative experience of who we are. And sometimes I use the term homo luminous beings that I think I borrowed from Dr. Christina Northrup in about 2021 or something. But we're opening up our own light energies. Some of us sometimes might be feeling like we're glowing. There's so much going on. So this is the theme of the entire year. And we're looking at frequency matches throughout here. And you've seen a couple of them already. So just before we get into all that, I did the entire full summit name, The Remembering, Ancient Codes and Cosmic Currents Guiding the New Human. Well, I put that into the correlation between the tarot of Orosoma and these bottles back here, because I said that's going to really show us where the action is moving into the throat chakra, the two. The high priestess is called the peace bottle of Orosoma. And the energy that goes with that, when you use it, shake it up, apply it to your throat. I breathe in peace, I breathe out peace. And a lot of different affirmations and information coming in about the throat chakra. And what are we speaking about? How are we sharing our words in compassion? So this is the priestess who's sitting there, an initiatory invitation where you come in to this inner sanctum to be able to expand your knowledge into something totally new. A lot of symbology on all these cards, like there is in tarot, just another layer, a galactic layer has been included since the year 2000 in the artwork of the new Aeon or new Orosoma Tarot. And the 96 of this equals the Archangel Raphael, which you see back here on the wall. This, my friend had her here last year too. And this is the higher octave of the moon. So here she is with the cycles of the moon. This full title of the summit is really showing how we're opening up our higher sense functioning up here, because this bottle is not the same as the 96. The 96 bottle is actually a hue darker. It's called royal blue, and it represents going from the throat chakra to this in-between chakra center we'll talk about briefly in a minute. So it's about speaking and intuiting and opening up all of our psychic functions. This is a big part of the gifts that are coming in through cosmic currents and ancient codes, just awakening this up. So I said, this is something I'm so excited to participate in, because that title is embedded with these frequencies. And so that's one of the gifts of the Orosoma system. It puts some layers on top of the meaning that's coming through words. So the three things that I work with, in addition to my more recent acquisition of the QSG and Galactic Astrology, is first and foremost numerology. And then you see the beautiful system behind me, and complete systems of 12, like astrology. I'm just really drawn to all those types of things. So this is how Pythagorean numerology works. It's really simple. As long as you can spell right, you know the exact frequency of a word and how it translates to a number. And then what I like to do with my clients and offer to anyone interested in is really explain how numbers used to be taught, which were feelings. A number 6 isn't just a number that represents 6 things. It's the feeling of fullness, of creation in that roundness of the bottom part of the 6, for example. So this is our future. And when it gets translated, and the vowels and the consonants mean a little bit different things. The consonants are like the bones and the structure. And the vowels are like the fluidity and the hidden things that you have to go a little bit deeper to really understand. So you see that frequency match, and that's exactly what I'm talking about with numerology. Just very simple. Frequency matching is when you match the frequency of something. So when we match the frequency of 2026, we say we are together expanding our knowledge into creating our future. This isn't my future or somebody else's. This is collective now. We're moving into that collective time, as we'll see some of these themes develop, and how that as we do that with our cosmic knowledge, it expands, and it's like a beautiful contagion that we love. We love to have expanded knowledge. So when we take that wanderer energy of the 2026, you see the beautiful colors. So we're looking at the magenta, which is connected with in the Orosoma system with the soul star above the head, and the beautiful emerald of the heart. So this is the main theme, again, crossing the bridge to our new human, our illuminative, more enlightened selves. And these bottles don't just sit on the shelves, they actually are living energies. You shake them up, and the shaking up is an alchemical process, and then you apply them. So this is really about becoming our illuminative self in a 1 year of new beginning. Each of these bottles, I said, have associations with every system I've studied, and the main ones, numerology and tarot, but they also correlate to astrology. So when people come and they look at their astrology wheel, before we even look at things, they say, hey, just select some of these and we'll see how this correlates these bottles into some of the things that might be emphasized in looking at your chart and having a quantum soul guidance session. So let's look at how the parts of 2026 look, because this is also very much connected with our expanding vision. Bottle 20, which is one of the original ones from the 1970s, has been called the Star Child. That is our celestial star made, our beings made of stardust, us. And it's not like a baby being born into here. It is our soul energy agreeing to incarnate in this particular planet, in the solar system, and etc. And we are the beings from the stars that are here in that 20. And the affirmation is love is letting go of fear. And for me, that carries a lot about what we do in QSG. We expand our knowledge. It really, we don't have anything such as a true ending. There's endings with new beginnings all the time in the cosmos, on Earth, many, many incarnations. And 26 is really interesting. It's called the Humpty Dumpty Etheric Rescue Bottle. You see the artwork, and this is the page leading us into the fire, the new energy of Aries, that we see all this igniting energy of the Neptune and Saturn at 045. Interesting that is Pegasus. Also, this is the Pegasus, the winged horse, shows up all over this tarot images. And so we see the Humpty Dumpty, and we know this is what are happening. We're putting ourselves, our whole selves, back together again. And we're able to do that by looking at our chart. And this is one of the things I love about Orosoma. It is an evolving system. Just as we are evolving as a group of conscious beings, so is this system. It's evolving in really synchronistic ways with the things that we're interested in galactic astrology, as you'll see. So this is the latest bottle that came out, the Rhea bottle, which is the mother of Uranus. So that came out December 6th of 2024. And that frequency, amongst many of the 1, 2, 3, I call that a start code, 1, 2, 3, go. That frequency is the word form of highest positive potential. So when that came out, it was very exciting for me. Orosoma itself doesn't ascribe these words to it. I do as a numerology. That's my special thing. But this is Pythagorean numerology and Orosoma in action, one way of translating words into numbers. You can see in the vowels, by the way, 64, that's the inverse of 46. So there's a real correlation to this start code 1, 2, 3 with the vowels or the pathway here. And here is a very galactic vision of card number 1, 2, 3 that was painted by Pamela Matthews in about January of 2025 after the bottle came out. Then she goes to work. And so you can see the associations. If someone is drawn to the 1, 2, 3, we'll look at, hey, do you have associations literally with Cygnus Deneb, with the swan fixed star? Do you have Leo Regulus? You can see the 2 lions in the back, maybe connections also with Gemini, and anything to do with the sun and rebirth. There's a little tiny baby figure being born. So these are another way as we see the charts, and you can draw these to you, or we can say, hey, does if this shows up, let's check it out. So there are correlations of the cosmic nature, and you can see the cosmic spirals are all over in the Orosoma bottles and cards. So the other thing that I just want to mention briefly is the complete systems of 12, like astrology, that I work with. And of course, we have Julia and her contribution of taking the regular wheel and then just expanding out. So this image is something I had to download copyrighted material that I purchased with the expansion into the cosmos. That was the message I had in mid 2023, where I'm hearing from my guides, Ronna, go bigger, go. But I said, what bigger? Go to the celestial wheel. And I typed that in when I woke up, and I said, there's a galactic astrology. And I immediately signed up for Julia's class in 2023. So here we have the expansion. It's all the fixed stars that are in the professional chart axis right now. So that to me is an old system that has been continuing to evolve and expand. Thank you so much, Julia, and her amazing team that's created the programs that allow us to see this bigger vision of ourselves as a new human. My systems of 12, you can learn more about it on my website. I have a whole section. I even have a different view of our solar system that I'm suggesting might have 12 planets, and that it brings us in when we see the complete system of 12 orbiting bodies in our system. It brings in unity, balance. That's another one of my newly found frequency matches. What is it like for us to be living in balance, unified within ourselves, especially if we integrate the 7 old traditional chakras with the 5 Aquarian ones that are very important? And I've highlighted those color energies, and they go beautifully with my vision I've been teaching since 2005 of the 12 organ systems. So you can see coral, gold, olive, turquoise, royal blue. That's another big part of things that will show up with in some of the galactic chart placements with people with fixed stars, with Sirius or Arcturus, is really understanding the in-between and the things that have been missing as we integrate the 5 chakras with the 7 of the traditional. So we didn't even have the interstitium organ system until 2016. So in 2005, I said, I know we have 12 organ systems. We just didn't find it for a while until we had the instrumentation. So these systems of 12 are important, especially where it comes to the royal blue. As I said, this is we talk about is the chakra systems that we had was throat and third eye. And right in between here, the royal blue, which is different than indigo, it's different than blue, are all of these higher mind functions. Now, mind you, we also have clairtendency of the hands, but that is usually when people start working with Reiki, those are activated. But these are the higher mind functions. And now we're starting to see all this with Pluto and Aquarius and Gemini going to be voyaging back. Uranus is voyaging back into Gemini. All of these higher mind functions are activating. And we have them all. But it's tuning into this great big in-between chakras. So those are some of the things that are happening naturally as we see all the big outer planets moving and retrograding, and then finally many of them fully being in these new positions in 2026. So these correlate with the 12 systems of the universal laws. And only thing I want to say about this is we are moving beyond this obsession with the law of attraction, which is a duality law of mental thinking, and into this time of transmutation, becoming the new human, transmuting our old limited selves into, for simplicity, these higher laws, which work very much in coherence with this expanded view of ourselves. When we go in through the transmutation, we get into the feeling heart laws of reciprocity, abundance, and confluence. And that's where the real mastery comes in. Again, the 9th, 10th, and 11th chromatic chakras is really also what is the attunement to that 296 of the entire summit. So these are really being able to attune to what frequency is and how do we match them. If we want to match the law of abundance, then we need to move across that bridge, like the wanderer, across the duality, and we only can believe what we can see and know, touch, and feel with ordinary senses, to the extraordinary new human, as the wanderer is showing us in that 4620 plus 26 year. So I did, for example, have to look at what's a galactic astrologer? Someone who does this, who's interested in it. Somebody who created the idea is in numerology is 78. look at the galactic nature of card 78 of the new Aeon Tarot. That's the final Ace of Pentacles in most traditional tarot. And what do we see? Something that was painted again somewhere around 2002 or 3. Here we are, the five-limbed, the number of the human being out there in the cosmos. We've got all kinds of things going on, black holes, the Earth, the sun, the moon, our solar system. So it's very beautiful correlation. So here we are, the gift, us, the galactic human, landing here on this planet to help in the evolution of our future with cosmic knowledge. So let me just pull apart for fun the topic of the summit, the remembering. That was the first title. And guess what? That's one step beyond 78. So now we are into the real beautiful aspect of Orosoma as it evolves and correlates to tarot and other systems. So this is the higher octave of the magician. Here he is, number 79. And I want to share the difference between the outward path. So when we're kind of just exploring, we don't really see ourselves as magical, maybe. So we have the image of the magician saying, yes, you are a magician. Here's all your tools. And then the outward path of number 1, the magician is like calling things down. She's got all of the tools of the trade on the table and has to pick them up outside herself and use them. Whereas in the return to the higher octave, that's when our new human self is evolving towards realizing, hey, all of the energy is inside of us. We've got the offering of the cup is not something we're pulling down. We're offering our gifts as the new human into the cosmic. We are the beacons, and we're sharing our signals, our frequencies with our star families as they're locating and finding us here again. So there's a very interesting energy. We are remembering who we are as we are being found, perhaps, and located again by our star families. So it's a beautiful artwork depiction of what's really going on. And as a side note, I had to put in here, what is a QSG practitioner? Now, when I spelled it in my program, I can guarantee you I had the C in there. I just have to then put the word over here into my box. So I did spell it right. I double checked it in my Excel file. So that is an 83 called the Open Sesame Bottle of Orosoma. Now, that's pretty phenomenal. So if you look at this as being the higher octave of the Hierophant, so instead of just teaching and telling, we're sharing, we're offering reciprocal healing with the Egyptian Ankh symbol, and we're taking that pathway in through the higher chakras of understanding to a more galactic perspective. That eye in the green triangle with the rainbow through that is the trademark symbol of one of them of the Orosoma system. So we see that sharing all the different open sesame when we open the records and you are receiving and sharing and offering to us as practitioners your stories, we are bringing in that reciprocity. It is that co-creative experience. So I had to put that one in. So what is it? And we go back to the title of the summit. What are we remembering? What? Well, lots of things. I'm sure we've been hearing from a lot of other people, a lot of different things. Well, for example, Uranus is a planet of, as we know, of the Great Awakening, especially as it shifted signs, and it's going to go back into it's going to go back into Gemini on April 25th and stay there pretty much for the next 7 years. A cycle of learning, a cycle of growth, a cycle of 7 years is associated with many things across many systems. So that's a master frequency, as I've talked about that in some of my webinars in 2025, that Uranus is the Great Awakener. Guess what? That's also 79. Isn't that very serendipitous? That's the higher octave of magician, inspiring us, revolutionizing us for the remembering of who we are. So here we are now, halfway through the shift that I suggested back in 2014 in a presentation, that this would be the decade of 2020 of orchestrating the optimistic paradigm shift. And you can see that's a 202 vibration. So every year, I mean, you can say that goes all the way to many, many decades from now. But I had a sense that this was going to be the time, and you can see those consonants, 1, 2, 3, go, 79. What's that? the higher octave of the magician, the remembering. So all of these are like numbers that get embedded in fractals. So they're telling a very interesting message. So here we are. Last year, I talked about a couple discoveries, and I still think those are valid that are coming in. Will be 2029 is the arrival of the NASA mission to the asteroid Psyche. So that's still up on my Vimeo channel if you want to hear that. And I believe somewhere in this time frame will also be really finding the elusive planet 9. Lots of new exciting information came out in 2025 with the second group besides Mike Brown finding some other ways of locating that elusive outer planet. Paradigm shifting whenever we discover a new planet for our solar system. But I think really what we're talking now is this is the age of disclosure. That's an 84 frequency, and you can see the 444 in the parts of that. And if you are interested in what I mean by the meanings of these triple numbers, that's my gift offering. So you know, okay, what does it even mean? What is 444? Well, you see on my sharing offering that 444 is associated with the foundation of the new earth and questions that we can ask ourselves about activating that themes, stability, structure, sacred geometry, the embodiment, our building our mission here, our mission possible. So you'll be able to see that. And this film, The Age of Disclosure, came out in 25, and I think we're going to know there will be evidence that will be undeniable somewhere in this next few years. So let's look at the next parts of the summit topic, which is ancient codes and cosmic currents. Again, here is the Orsoma 122 Tarot, New Aeon Tarot by Pamela. And guess who was featured when that energy came out in 2022 is called the Poseidon energy. The number 22 is embedded in there, the master architect number. And we see Poseidon, otherwise known as Neptune, with Pegasus and then Medusa. And that story that we find in the galactic charts in the Algol star system, Perseus Algol with Perseus. And this is a very big mythological story. So one of the things I think that we're being offered to share is our cosmic knowledge, perhaps about other stories. Old stories are converging with some of these new currents and providing a bigger perspective, because we've inherited stories that, yes, are valid, but stories about, for example, the birth out of the bloody beheaded remains of Medusa is the birth of Pegasus, a beautiful story, a rebirth, a beautiful rebirth, but there's also embedded in old stories of victim and perpetrator still going on here on Earth. But maybe we are being encouraged to consciously create our future in a new and enlightened way. Just possibly. Was there something else, other story? So let's just explore that for a minute. The theme of Bottle 122, of course, Neptune, is really featured. It's clearly here, and the story around Medusa and his competition with Athena to name the city of Athens. And this is an ancient code that we've inherited. And the number through the tarot symbols handbook says, dream it as you would like it to be. So I thought, well, what if we take that old ancient code and we update it for the new human? What if we say, dream it as we would love it to be? Our future, we. It's a collective. Is this the story we want to keep telling? So I did the numerology because I hear, with lots of practice through my third year, I said, I know this is going to be good. I could feel it. I feel numbers, and that's what I'm working. That's what I'm teaching a group of people, to feel it and then translate it, test it out. So dream it as we would love it to be is a 111 vibration. So that is perfect. Here's the Archangel Daniel. You can see the galactic images. He's examining the heart and saying, what is it that we would like this heart energy to be in our galactic, cosmic, expanded vision of who we are? And so one of the things I look at every year, yes, it's a year of one, but what is it in the leading energy, the first day of the year, 1/1/2026? Is a 111 frequency. So that leads the entire light language, an invitation for us to move into this magnetic heart dream vision of what we would love our planet in our solar system to be as we're joining with our galactic families, if you will. So this is really important because you'll see The downloads and the insights that I've gotten from some of the master teachers that have been interfacing with me through these big portals are really encouraging us to understand this 111 frequency. And you can see exactly how numerology works its way through. It reduces 2026 to the 46, then to the 10 to the 1. All right. So what do we want? What are we putting out in there for our future at the 2026 Neptune Saturn conjunction? There's a lot of frequency just in the date. As the nodes of fate shift to Aquarius Leo on July 26, 2026, when we're really moving in to a new destiny. Here we are creating a vision, expanding our worldview, our galactic view. And so that's what I would love to be. I'm going to be sharing some of these codes and how they translate. So here is a depiction of Medusa by Sherry Lynn with AI assistance. And so after hearing my work with Medusa, we were dreaming it in a different way and locating Medusa in opposite of Perseus Algol into her founding origin, Beta Centauri Hadar, which, as we know through our study, thanks to Julia, is a place that's associated with unconditional love, with utopian caring for each other. And by the way, the word love equals 18. LOVE is 18. That's great. That is associated in tarot with the moon. And the word of Medusa is also 18. So when I got that confirmation, and I did a channeling because every one of my clients that I was working with at the time had very prominent placements with Algol, the demon star, and there was an old heavy story around that. And we were able to tell a new story, and I call this Galactic Medusa. She is a messenger from Beta Centauri Hadar in my world who came to offer help and love to individuals who are in the Perseus Algol star system, and that is something that you can see more about in the galactic astrology chart. But this is part of Dream It As We Would Love It to Be. Well, how does that look? Here's the vowels and consonants, and we have this beautiful number 120 artwork with Persephone, who's emerged from the cave, the underworld of duality, black and light, dark and evil, victim and perpetrator. She's out of that paradigm, and she's breathing in this clarity of a new beginning for herself, empowered and whole, where she took her power up in the underworld, in the darkness, in the dark wholeness of the divine feminine. And then we have this other, as we take those apart, consciously creating a new way of being empowered, as both masculine and feminine are no longer dreaming about that echoing paradigm of the old stories. So we have this 106, Archangel Raphael is a keeper of the Book of Wisdom. And guess what? The Galactic Book of Wisdom is a 106. So these are fractal energies that move inside of fractals. So you'll see how the dream is coming through frequency vibration. We can confirm it in numerology. So the final part, guiding the new human, connects with this 95. And this will tell us some of the origins, the ancient codes that many of us have been born with and into. Archangel Gabriel is aligning with the royal fixed star of the south, which is Pisces Fomalhaut. Now, this comes from our QSG course, and I've copyrighted Julia's work, so thank you so much. And it is an ancient code example. So many people that I work with have 3 or 4, all of these royal stars, which are holding up our vision of the cosmos as we look at it from Earth, the north, south, east, and west, associated with these 4 primary archangels. And they connect us in our ancient codes to civilizations and lineages of star watchers, of guardians and guides, and royalty, perhaps. And so these are codes that so many of us are carrying inside. And so we go to places, we're drawn to sacred sites where there's archaeoastronomy or the programs, and fascinated by the new discoveries because we know there's more than we're being told right now. So a lot of it is coming through. And that's what this frequency shift is, a 77 master number about spiritual, and in Orasoma that's called the Holy Grail. And you can see what's happening. The Holy Grail is our cosmic codes pouring back into us as we're in a receptive position. We're receiving a lot of these codes right now. And it's an earth thing that's happening. It's in the Two of Pentacles, and it's a choice to finally allow ourselves to be receiving. And this is one of the antidote bottles back here of Orosoma when someone's over caring, just giving, 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 the over in the imbalance of service to others. And so this is a really important one, but those codes are coming into us right now. Our remembering of our alliances and our placements with the royal fixed stars that we see in the galactic charts. So when I look at those start placements and I see them prominent, I said the word that came up for me are these are individuals who are brave, loyal, and royal. 77 frequency in those three words plus the word and. And so that is for me the dedication. When someone sees that, we see it, and they're like, really? Am I royalty, the royal house of David, or the Mesopotamians, or the king's list from Sumeria? And it's like, our ego doesn't need to get involved in it, but I think we think of royalty as individuals who are very, very dedicated to long service, sticking with it, maybe 226 million years, who knows, but really being loyal and royal and staying with this love of this planet, this solar system, this Milky Way galaxy. That's what those royal fixed stars mean for me. Plus, a lot of the other depth that we have as we go into the individual meanings, especially Gabriel of the South and Fomalhaut, those of us who have worked with coming here to help alleviate and heal some of the old stories of being persecuted and carrying that heaviness and having that depth within our soul to be able to do that. So if we put in this other final 77, you can see it inside the 177. These ancient codes are bringing up our star memories and opening our inner mastery. So what happens when you put that 100? Well, guess what? That's the big new beginning after 99. The final master number, we have 100, the Archangel Metatron. And this is very much about the cosmic ascension, what I call the light network of ascension, which is also a 111 frequency. But we can see Archangel Metatron bringing us in front of the clarity to fully remember who we all are, the full rainbow spectrum of our incarnational experience. So the question I've pondered, and I think a lot of us are we evolving? There's the 99, which is the higher octave of the universe. Well, here's the outward path. And I think we're seeing ourselves as caretakers of the whole earth. Most of us were here, I think, to be beacons, as we see this with the galactic chart, beacons of hope, beacons of anchoring in these ancient codes and expanding through new cosmic currents. And so we see that energy of 99 acts as evolved from the outward path to this ascension stairway offered by the Archangel Metatron into the higher triple codes of mastery that you'll see. So yes, I have looked at a lot of studies, lots of studies about the evolution in neuroscience, brain rewiring, things that we didn't have. I mean, just think how much we process so much faster. We are evolving organically, and some would even suggest, we're going into the next, the amplified intelligence within the human body and a multidimensional awareness opening. The one I'm most familiar with is the heart coherence study that just came out in 2025 that supports the concept that we are evolving globally to higher levels of heart coherence. I'm a heart math coach and worked with the Institute of Heart Math on my film, had their participation. So we are definitely evolving, that we are evolving even to the extent that we are perhaps receiving more neutrinos and more taurine, actual neurotransmitters that are coming from different of these upregulations through solar flares and incoming information. And there are many signs also of Earth's evolution. They could be either just new discoveries, such as this latest one in the late last year, of zigzag structures being discovered in the Earth's magnetic field. And similarly, many of our planets are shifting in their temperature frequency and their plasma fields. I'm not going to go all into that, but I think that's a definite yes, we are evolving into that new human. So I want to share with you now what I'm really excited about. This is a being that I interfaced with in the Lion's Gate also. Lots of new things came through in that 8-8. That's a very important event for me. I was born on the 7th of August, and so I hold August 8/8 events every year. But this is Malkuth. I'm not going to go into the tree of life, but this word is located in the very base, the manifesting final separate here, and it's about earth manifestation. Well, when I was in, the only thing I really use AI for is the vision I have of the beings I work with. I describe it. I talk to the AI I'm using, Jen Spark, I think this one was, and I said, I want this image of this earth mother that's the caretaker and of one of several throughout different cultures, but she's carries ancient wisdom. She's got codes because she started giving me what she's calling the her divine directives. And so whatever I did, I could not get it down to one earth. I kept saying one planet, one earth. Nothing would change that. So I said, I've got to leave it. There's some reason that those two earths are there. So she is one of the Gaia's ascension teachers. She is also very much connected with Lemurian light catalyst. I had a lot of information when I was in Kauai in early November. And I'm able now to tune into where these guides are coming, where are they vectoring from, and her origin, I finally understood, is from 1.47, what we associate with the main placement of the Shapley attractor in Scorpio. So she's been vectoring Shapley attractor currents, as far as I'm concerned, into our consciousness. So that is a 1, 2, 3 start. And so she gave me 111 light codes for frequency shifting to the new earth paradigm. So that placement made a lot of sense. One of the first things that gave me huge chill confirmations was working with my astrology chart with Ulrika Sullivan. And she said, Ronna, you have a trine, exact trine to 1.47 Scorpio, my moon at 1.47 Cancer. And so it makes a lot of sense. And now I'm able to vector and know where they're coming from. So she also works with something called the Shushumna Council of Inner Light, which is 147 numerology that connects with our current location of this largest thing we're looking at on our charts right now is the Shapley attractor. So these are these cosmic currents that are coming in. And this is so beautiful. I had to put it in because the cosmic currents are coming from everywhere. And I only recently, thanks to my grandson, found this, never had heard of the hand of God. I knew about the eye of God, but this is a pulsar known as the hand of God that reveals some hand of God, sort of strange filaments and remnants. And the pulsar inside that creates this entire structure is just phenomenal. It's something like 900 yards wide, and it creates this massive filament and intersection with pulsar and a nebula. So something interesting to look at, but this is part of the mastery that's coming in case we doubt that something's very special is happening. The cosmic hand of God is an 88 frequency, and you can see the vowels and consonants both being master numbers, 33 and 55. Just had to put that in because it's so exciting. So these are the codes that she gave me, but she said we are all coming into contact with original inhabitation by creator beings creating. So that sounded good. So I said, oh, that's a 222. We're talking about contact with original inhabitation by creator beings, which is all consciousness, creating structure, form, and function. So when we're getting cosmic currents, that's the remembering that we are gifted as creator beings the ability to create in these masterful ways if we just attune to them. So these are going to be the codes that she gave me. And when I'm talking about activating the light language, if this resonates with you, this is really about bringing in our own mastery. So the very first one that Malkuth gave me is imagine peaceful energy. And she says this is really the start of everything because imagination creates reality. And we've talked about, Saturn being the structure around it, Neptune being the illusion. And I heard one of my favorite astrologers, Rick Levine, the other day saying it's probably really the other way, that the imagination of Neptune is more real than sometimes the limitation that we have of the five senses of Saturn, but I think it's a both and. But imagination creates reality, basically, the 1-2 start codes. And we really need to imagine peaceful energy here on the planet so we can be sending that in reciprocity through our knowledge of the cosmic book of records or opening when we have attained enough peace within ourselves and within our world. So those are fractal energies again. Imagination creates reality. This is the cosmic book of knowledge of records that's opening up in that 106. So peaceful energy, very important. And the next two 111s are amplify loving presence. So that is our signaling as the anchors of this change that is happening in the second half of the decade. Amplify our loving presence here. Activate sacred haven of unity, that this is a safe place, that we can balance unity or have unity balance within our hearts, within our being. So these are her first 3 of 9. And then she went on to talk about the next 3, embody causal acts of nurturing, meaning we need to be causing these acts of nurturing of our fellow human beings, our planet. These are things that are happening. It might look a little fit and start like out there, but our roles, depending on, where we're impacting this, where is the solar, where's the galactic center in your chart, or some of these Shapley attractors, where's your mission really shining through? Crystallize sovereignty, share safety reciprocally. I'm not going to comment on all these. I think they speak for themselves, but these are, you can see, building up to actual directives and steps for us to take in our light language, being this. I love her last 3 that came in. Walk as blessing stewards of earth. And numerology is every single one of these 111. Create art as cosmic communions. So whatever art we're doing, whether we're painting or drawing or singing or walking in nature, that is a communion with our cosmic family. So see ourselves doing that. And then my favorite one, well, I love them all. Sing songs of joyful welcome. When that dropped in and I did the numerology in my Excel chart that I created, I'm like, okay, this is really perfect. And this is activating of the highest of the triple master numbers in my handout. As you'll see, that 999 is a convergence number. It is a creativity number. It's completion, soul sovereignty. So when we are able to align with directives like this, and even just having that being a moving, living prayer, we're bringing in light language at this 999 very high frequency. Now, the other surprising thing that came in, because I had to tweak these a little bit, I had to kind of try out a few. They didn't come in perfection because of maybe I didn't hear them right, but here they are. The last one, sing songs of joyful welcome. I put this down and I then heard from Malkuth her welcoming song, and you can see it here. And it equals, and this is how it came in perfected form from beginning to end. I did not change one letter, one word in this. And so that also, she gave this to me. These are actual words we can sing to our cosmic family to come here. Come home, we've missed you. Come home to love. Let your hearts be held and cherished and feel the sun above, shining down, bursting in, bringing home, being in our circle of belonging in love. So I welcome you to screenshot that and take that with you and hold that in your heart too, as a beautiful gift from Malkuth, who said there are 2 earths. We're making a choice of bringing the earth that we envision into reality in spite of evidence around us sometimes. This is our opportunity to create that new earth as a new human. Now, the next part of the topic is cosmic currents, and these are the visitors, messengers, and observers happening in our solar system right now. This is the 2 beings here, part of our heritage from the Ascended Master, from a lot of the works of the channels of the early 1900s, Dwell, Cool, and Hilarion. So these are Celts, they're Druids, they are Tibetans, they're very important masters from Arcturus, the Arcturian star system of the master metaphysical teachers and healers. So Of course, I want to talk about a couple cosmic visitors, and they've been really sharing information and frequencies with us. This Comet C 2025 K1 Atlas is not the interstellar visitor, but this is a comet that was very active, and it was doing some things that were very unusual. It changed into a rare golden hue. And at the time, I was working with Maestro Homam from Pegasus, and this comet was very active. So I looked at the full numerology of it, because if it's an abbreviation, we don't have the full picture of it. So when we do that all out, C 2025 K1, this is not interstellar, that's a K, that's an I, K1, but the asteroid terrestrial last alert system is 180. So that invitation was to turn inward, 180 degrees. And yes, we look out there, but the golden inner pathway, says Homam, is the catalyst for starseed remembrance. So that signaling of 180 of the K1 interstellar asteroid terrestrial system is really to look inward and see what it is inside of our golden pathway, which is go from the our higher mind functions down through the heart and into the gold Aquarian chakra. That's the catalyst of our starseed remembrance, is really in that harmonious partnership, which is the indication of 222. A triple two master frequency is harmonization between two different beings and a celestial or divine or a divinely manifested partnership. So that's what, for me, that particular messenger has been doing. There was another comet that comes through our solar system, 10P, which stands for periodic for the person who discovered it, Christensen. And that has some encodings of the 46 energy. It was discovered by Christensen in 2003, and it's a periodic comet, and it comes around about every 5.5 years. And I think it's asking us to remember some things from the outer reaches, trans-Neptunian area. And these are comets that are pulled into Jupiter's orbit. It's a Jupiter family comet, and it comes around in regular cycles. And so I put in here this beautiful cosmic picture of number 22, the greater inner teacher. And these are remembering all of our lessons from this solar system. And I think these little cometary messengers are bringing themes of remembering the times when we've been in this unity balance here, remembering our new human self that's being dreamed into being as we would love it to be. One of my favorite pieces of art in that theme of either balance unity or unity balance of frequency matching. So here's this little voyage that's been going around, and that's being watched, and it's heading towards Ophiuchus a little bit in retrograde, and then it's going to move its way on. But these, I think, are not just the big interstellar comets but the ones that are periodically coming in carrying that trans-Neptunian message into very close into our celestial constellations. Of course, 3i Atlas, I had to look at that one. 3 interstellar asteroid terrestrial impact last alert system. The full name is 222. So it changed color somewhere last year. It's been changing colors. So comets do that, but this one's been behaving, as we know, very unusually. And I think it's really bringing these frequencies in. I've been communicating with beings that have been vectoring through that comet to just bring in this frequency of mastery and the remembering. Remember, we're not alone. And a lot of us are tuning into the messages. I've connected in with several different beings from different places that are using that interstellar comet to so-called to communicate with those of us who have worked as channels of galactic and different energies. So again, 222, harmonization and partnership. I believe these are cosmic currents that are bringing in messages of mastery, which is number 66, which is a beautiful energy of manifesting in the material world. And one final thing before I talk about personal light language of these cosmic currents we're traveling, we're getting insight now potentially about how we're actually from our starseed families traveling through the cosmos. It was just announced somewhere in August 3rd. It says, here's the article, that there's a vast interstellar tunnel linking our solar system to these constellations that we've been looking at. So this was from the Max Planck Institute, an interstellar tunnel of hot plasma, published in Astronomy and Astrophysics. So a lot of more detail I'm not going to go into, but there's tunnels that they're seeing, plasma tunnels. So hot plasma interstellar tunnels, it equals 111. So maybe there's a way. I'm just speculating and having fun here, but they said right in the article there's an unexpected tunnel towards Centaurus. And what about those of us who might have some of these alignments with the centaurs? And there's also a suggestion about the Sirius star system. There might be these corridors that we just travel through with plasma. And I have a whole lot of channeling material around that, and when we need a craft and when we don't need a craft as an interstellar being. Just kind of fun, but all these things are happening. And this is a picture from the Max Planck Institute for Extraterrestrial Physics and the E. Rosita team. So a lot of fun to think about these things and see what new discoveries are coming out. The last one, 11, I want to share is one of my favorites. All beings, all times, all space, all one. I think it's really one of the most important frequencies for this year with the leading energy 1-1 in a 1 year, is to really feel that unity within ourselves. And when we have an opportunity to meet with an interstellar visitor, we're ready for it. This is the entire 9 galactic wisdom codes that came from this being. You can look for that. That's still on my Vimeo channel. I want to get into, though, my offering and how I think personally we can step into this, because this is the activation of your personal light language. It works with those higher laws that creating your evolutionary role during this paradigm shift. I talked about that, the higher laws beyond attraction. So, for example, this is a shift that we can now do midway through life of our evolutionary soul purpose. In all my years of doing this with people, I'm like, what's your birth name? This is going to reveal your soul's expression through your name and your birth date. And for example, now we have an opportunity to shift it in the middle of our life. So my birth name plus the word liberation equal 111. That made a lot of sense. I had to do a lot of work on my early life big traumas, and then I worked with helping other people with big trauma histories unpack those and liberate themselves from that, from not the perspective of a victim, but seeing the bigger story. Well, that started shifting for me into who I am now, which is not, I'm not using Ronna Prince is not the name I was born with. So my current name plus this new word authority makes a lot more sense. So this is just an example, because that doesn't mean I'm an authority about anybody or anything out there. I'm authority about me. And when I was going through my healing, there was a lot of people who told me what was going on, or in my early life, other people were authorities about me. And I had to really climb through those steps of healing to know I am my authority about me. That's my new purpose, is just I know who I am, essentially. It doesn't mean that outside authority. But then we take it into what Malkuth gave me, for example, is the energy I have in my 11th house, Cancer, which has a Cancer moon and Venus right up there in the 11th house. So this thing she offered me, that I'm here activating a new paradigm matriarch of compassion in a whole new way. So that brings in that divine and harmonious partnership. So these are the kinds of things. And when we frequency lock with that, and it feels like, yes, this is it, this makes sense, then we know it's a feeling. It isn't just, oh, let's put some words together and they equal cool numbers. No. So this is, I know these triple trinity numbers are magnetic heart attraction. I know that from experience. That's what I used in bringing to fruition one of my big projects, which is the documentary film Sacred Journey of the Heart, 111. So it really allows us to lock in a code, whether it's our name, a project, so we can really have a new start. We can change and shift. So I'm different than I was when I was born. And so it's really cool. Here's a couple examples quickly, and then I'm finished up here. But one client really was expanding her work as a esoteric spiritual guide. So we just put that on there, and that happened to be 111, her name that she uses now plus spiritual guide. And then we can find it and locate it. Confirmation in the galactic charts. Her galactic center is in her 11th house. Makes a lot of sense that she's working with groups. Another one of my clients is working within her healing goals, is confidently moving into the new future now, 222. That really frequency locked, and it's like a yes, that's really what I'm doing. I had another client who just adding the word evolution on her current name as 111, but she's working within the school systems to bring in art-based learning success. So these are frequency lock examples that are not just a one word, but go beyond it. And I have one for Julia that I may be able to share with her if she's open to that. And then another one, unveiling the truth of the real me, love. Very beautiful. So these are just examples. And what I'm suggesting is, when you receive my gift, you'll also get access to how to do this and how to contact me and get help with it if you want, if you're interested. And then an invitation along with my official 111 Light Language program that's coming second quarter of 2026. So I want to conclude with that and really give thanks to Julia, the team that's put this together, the support team, all of my fellow QSG practitioners, and everybody listening and tuning in. From my heart to yours, I give you great thanks for tuning in and sharing with me. Thank you so much.
We now close day 3 with a beautiful exploration of consciousness, galactic astrology, and the profound wisdom carried by horses. Allow me to introduce Claudia Cristina Langhein. Claudia's attitude to life is living, loving, and enjoying heaven on earth. She has been psychotherapeutic alternative practitioner since 2010, originally trained in economics. She worked in publishing and product management, yet her deeper calling was always people, their lives, and their emotional worlds. Today, Claudia advises and coaches individuals, couples, and companies, offering grounded life guidance in the areas where transformation tends to arise most strongly: profession, family, and partnership. She integrates astrology, galactic astrology, and Mayan astrology in her work. She offers individual coaching, corporate and couples guidance, and sessions involving the human-horse relationship, both in person and via Zoom. Since the year 2000, horses have guided her path and lived alongside her. She's German and lives with her 4 horses in Mallorca, Spain. Claudia created the online congress Living with Horses and founded the nonprofit organization Horse Human Community. Her life vision is to create healthy living spaces where humans and horses support one another's full potential. Astrology has become a profound ally on her path. She offers sessions in German, English, Spanish, and Italian. Her presentation is titled Ancient Codes and Cosmic Guidance with Horses. Today, humans and horses come together for healing, our own, one another's, and that of the earth. Horses expand our consciousness. Through the mindfulness of astrology, galactic astrology, planetary archetypes, and Mayan kints and tones, we are invited to dive deeper into ourselves. Our inner treasures emerge, enriching both our lives and the world through our presence. Claudia shares examples from her life with horses who guide her path and serve as conscious beings here to support Earth's healing and humanity's awakening. Horses act as profound eye and heart openers, carrying wisdom from the ancient times, such as Lemuria, Lyra, Hyperborea, and beyond. Enjoy the journey and your unique path within it. Please help me welcome Claudia to the stage as our final speaker of day 3 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit 2026. Welcome, Claudia.
So, a very warm and heartily welcome to all the wonderful souls who are listening and watching to this transmission now. I think we are all souls very interested in our soul origin, where we come from. So I will start you with my way on this journey, and hopefully you get the most for you out of this. So my spiritual way started in 1997 when my beloved grandmother died. She was very educated in a Catholic way, and you know this means you have only one lifetime. You don't think on reincarnation and all these things, and so it was not very nice for her when she left. And so after this, I was really traumatized, and I started my way and looked for options. And I found the astrology with all the deep levels and really digged into it. So I'm a sun in Virgo, and my ascendant is in Scorpio. And so you can imagine I'm really interested in analyzing and digging in deep waters. So today we speak a lot of Lemuria and these ancient cultures. And my way to this is especially with astrology and with horses. Because for me, I ask myself why horses are still on our way, since we did not treat them very well. They are with us in humans for such a long time. They went in wars for us. The farmers used them for working on the fields. Somebody uses still them as sports now. And so I think, what's the thing why horses still stay with us humans? And you know, also in astrology, there's a deep connection, because all the centaurs, like Chiron, our wounded healer, Polus, Nessos, Chariclo, they are very important. And so, you know, this is half human and half horse. So also in my mythology, the horses are very important for humans. And for me, for the ancient cultures and to guide us on our way, they are also very important, because they are one of the animals who stay longest with humans and who are able to reconnect us with our true nature, which gives us our really our potential and our divine feminine and divine masculine way. And yes, this is a very important role, and so I get in this. I'm German. I live now with my horses in Mallorca, Spain. That's a little island in the Mediterranean Sea, and I'm here with 4 horses. So every day I learn. I learn a lot with them, and they connect me to nature and also to my consciousness. And a lot of shifts in consciousness I got are from the horses side. So I look on them, I work with them, and yeah, the astrological side, I look also on them. And for sure it's this consciousness thing. I do also communication with them. I watch them, I learn from them. And so this is a thing I want also that other humans may get this opportunity to live this, to see this. And also, if you are not a horse people now, it's not important that you know riding, that you have our own horse. But horses do this for mankind, for humankind, for everyone, because for them it's really important that now we get our shift in consciousness. So I see it from this level, and I will take you on a journey with my horses here, because from clients, you know, it's maybe they won't give you the chart details and these things, and also I know my horses best, and so I will explain you a lot of these Lemurian things and ancient cultures from the astrological charts also of my horses. I'm very interested that horses and humans grow more together, and so that everybody lives the potential of everyone. So we grow with the potential of the horses, and the horses grow when we are growing in our potential. And for this, we really need living spaces which are good for horses and for humans. And I think all the horses who still live in stables and very closed things, so that's also a mirror for the humans as they do. And so I think the horses and the humans, they really need freedom, they really need nature. And so I think this is a way we all go, the ones who are called for this, for the future, to get to find living spaces which are good for humans and for horses. For this, I founded also a non-profit association, the Horse Human Community. So I'm also glad if somebody's interested in joining this. Yeah, so I think we start just with the first chart of my first mare, my heart mare Fleur. She was 18 years with me. And I got her in the year 2000 when, you know, my grandmother passed away, and I have had a lot of personal issues and thinkings and what my life will be. And since a child, I'm always in love with nature and with horses. And I collected postcards with horses on the fields, and my really the love of my life was always to get the horse for myself. And so I did this in the year 2000, and Fleur stayed 18 years with me. She passed away in 2018 here in Mallorca. And this was also very traumatic for me. And so I now divide the screen, and we'll look a little bit the chart of Fleury. So I think you will see it just here. I am here on the Galactic Astro Chart.com site, which is the chart or the site of Eula Ballas. I made the Galactic Astrologer with her. And so you can also put your own things here in the Galactic Astro Chart. It's also free. You have a selection of planets and fixed stars you can work with. And yes, and I have a little bit more as a galactic astrologer. I have all the fixed stars and planets and aspects who are by now in this site. So we are now here with Fleur, and you see she has the sun in Aries, and she has here in the sun, moon, and ascendant no conjuncts, or the conjunct only with ascendant. And when we look to ancient star connections, we look here to Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto especially, which are the stars, which are the planets beyond Saturn. So this is the last one you see with your naked eyes. And Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto which now is a draft planet, but for me it's very important to have him in the chart. So these are our most ancient connections because we do not see them with naked eyes. And you see here with Fleury, she has conjuncts here with Lyra and with Centaurus here. And all conjuncts, which means she's a very old soul. And this is very rare that you have 3 conjuncts here in Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. So this really means she's a very old soul with very ancient origins. And I know from communication, animal communication with her, that she's done with Earth work, and she's now in the central sun, the Unab-Q in the Mayan astrology. This is also here the Orion real. It's a lot of the Maya astrology. Fleur got me also to the Maya astrology, and with the Maya astrology, I got to the fixed star and galactic astrology. You see, so it's a way, and it's a way that never ends, and it's very interesting. And for sure, Lyra, we all come from Lyra. So if you have a lot of Lyra origin, you can just imagine that you are a very ancient soul. So yes, then we see the next horse here. So this is my mare Fleury. And now you see the painting of my friend Maggie from her. She wanted to stay with wings, and in the background the Hunab-Ku, the central sun where she is now. And on this side you see a nebula, a unicorn nebula. This also she wanted like this. And I cried so many tears, which I for years could not. And so she really released something in me, and I think this was the last thing she did for me. And no, not the last thing, because she communicates so much in music with me, and she told me also that joy will be part of me. So this is the galactic chart of Joy. Joy was the mare who came to me after Fleur passed away, and Fleur told me to get a young horse. And so for me it was really difficult because I'm a psychotherapist, and I'm not a horse instructor. I always have the horses with me more for the psychic things, for the natural things. But so for me it's really to have a young horse on my side is really challenging. But Fleur told me, yes, you have to get a young horse. And so Joy found her way to me. She's born in 2018, the year where Fleur died. And so you'd see just the ancient souls. They often have a lot of earth signs, earth or water. So Joy has the sun in Taurus, earth sign, the ascendant in a water sign in Pisces. And she also has this regal conjunction. This is also for the Maya astrology very important. She's pure transformation. She's the blue storm in the Maya astrology. And yeah, and we look for her also. Here, these planets which go beyond Saturn. So it's Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, as we looked up also with Fleury. So you see here also conjuncts. Here's the conjunct with Lyra also, with Eridanos Achena, which is the river on the sky. You can see it, and I have also a lot of conjuncts here. So I think this is the connection I have with her. And then also Andromeda, it's another galaxy. It's not the Milky Way galaxy. And so this is also speaks a lot for this connection between divine masculine, divine feminine. So this is also a very important thing for joy here. And another time I tell you, it's very rare that you have the Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto all conjunct. And it's very interesting because I have really no humans that have all those three conjuncts. And from my horses, 3 of them have here conjuncts. So I think this is also an important thing how the souls of the horses are, or maybe very old. For sure, it's also depending on me because they are with me in my lifetime. They will show things to me. But as I tell you, this is really very rare and is a symbol that the souls are of a very ancient origin. And I will show you afterwards also a painting which made a friend of mine, Maggie Hollinger. And here I will explain you some of these things here also. And then you see here, Sirius A is, for example, a thing which is also deep dive thing. It's connected with the Jesus Christ energy, Maria Magdalene. So it's really a very feeling thing. And Lyra also. So these are things, Andromeda Galaxy. These are really things which make some deep dives. And they're very, 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 very deep, watery things. And I think this is also what Lemuria is. So it's really our connection here to Earth. So then we make the next horse on my side. So this is Kör. She's very interesting because she's born in 2020. You know, the year of the pandemic. So it's really a challenging year, and someone who's born in this year. So I think it's a lot of challenge also here. And Kör came into my life because Fleur told me, also with communication, that joy is not enough for me. I have to get another horse on the side of joy, really to bring me on my way. And so I was looking for symbols, and I asked also Fleur, give me a symbol. And I show you also afterwards a picture of her, and will explain you how the sign Kör has in her face mirrors really a crystal which is always associated with Fleur and with me. So it's a moon symbol, and it's also Claudia. And so it's really, that was the sign that Fleury sent Kör to me. And I had also her mother with me, the lullabies. Very, very wise mare, which is also connected with Fleur. So you see, when you enter in these animal communication things, there's so much connection, and they will tell you also if you ask, and it's very interesting. So I think that's not only for horse souls, but most of the souls are not the first time with us. And souls which you have deep experience with, also human souls, or other animals like dogs or cats for someone, may be the same, may have the same influence on us as humans. So yes, we see with Kör, she has this ascendant in Pisces and the sun in Pisces. And what I also wanted to tell you, the souls which are born since 2012 until now, I think now Neptune is going forward and backward, and will get next year fix in Aries for the next years. But now the years since 2011-12 till now, all those souls born in these years have here the Neptune in Pisces. And so Neptune in Pisces is really in his home. And those are souls, you cannot educate them with the normal school systems we have now, whether it's for children or also for horses. It's a very military system we use for educating them, the children and the horses. And with souls born in this, with the Pisces and Neptune, they will not go forward with this kind of education. So we have to find new ways in this. And so this I also wanted to show you because it's for all my horses. It's for Joy also, for Coeur, and also Fresno, a rescued horse who found his way to me. It's the same meaning, very important. So we look the galactic report of Coeur. So she has the sun in Pisces. And you see here, she has no direct conjuncts here in the personal planets, in Sun, Moon, and Ascendant. So she's also a very old soul, but she's very connected to Earth. And she, for example, has here in Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, as we looked for before, she has not the conjunct. So I think her soul is not so old as the one of Joy and Fleur. And also her mother Lollybase is a very old soul, and also Fresno. But I think she is more connected to the earth side. And this I will also explain you afterwards when you show the painting of my friend Maggie, and how she wanted to be presented on this painting. But this I will explain you afterwards. Here you see also she has also this Eridanos Achena, which makes the connection with me and with Lyra. Yeah. About the message of the Lemuria crystal with a reddish-brown crescent moon in the top, which has its place next to my picture with Fleur in my house. Fleur pointed me to Coeur, which also holds the crescent moon, and also her and my name with the C initial, the lunar shape, which is in Coeur's place. So you see, this was the symbol Fleury hold for me to find this young foal Coeur. Horses orchestrate when we are ready and mindful of the messages. Horses heal, connect, inspire. With the intuitive power of horses, we learn partnership, connection, and trust. This can be also very good supported with astrology. I look in the synastry charts, a lot of the nodes, the position of the nodes, in which houses and signs the north node of each soul falls, because this explains the type of relationship, mentorship you have with each other, and how you can best feed the potential of each other. So this is very helpful in relationships and in partnerships. And of course, if we have planets and fixed stars on the nodes, these things get much heavier and much more important for our relationships. So astrology is really the clue, and I love that I have it at my disposal. Another thing Fleur orchestrated in bringing Coeur to my life was that I got Coeur together with her mother Lollybase. And for me, Lollybase was really an angel. I've never seen a hard angel horse like her, and unfortunately she only was 1 year with me, and I lost her due to a colic. She was sun in Cancer, very much mother for her foal. But she had this conjunction of Altea with Neptune in her 5th house. Her 5th house, which stands for creativity, artistic expression. She loved music, fun, children, and so the Neptune brought this mystical, dreamy, and intuitive component. And so I lost her within some hours of her colic, and this was really tragic for me. And also here the astrology says it, because that's also the meaning of a conjunction of Aquila Altea with Neptune. So you see, with my horses, I learn a lot, and also a lot of astrology, and I'm so grateful and honored that it is like this. Here again are the charts of Cur and of joy. In this painting, Maggie has depicted the bundled forces of joy and Cur, the power animal that joy chooses for herself is the leopard. He strengthens her and accompanies her on her travels, Lemurian as well as Atlantic. She carries both in her, describes a lot of life in the water and a plasma-similar body, soft and malleable and adaptable. Cur chooses the turtle as a power animal, symbol of her wisdom and connection to Sophia's teaching. In addition, it was important for her that a tree came into the picture, the connection of Earth and cosmos, and already the harbinger for Fresno, who came into our lives after the completion of the picture. It is also the DNA strands in the image that expand spirally through our adult consciousness, and the connection to Lemuria, also via the symbol of the moon and crystal. Fresno is Spanish and means ash tree, the world tree Yggdrasil, the tree of life. Yggdrasil embodies the cosmos. Fresno has been diagnosed unrideable by veterinarians due to his ataxia, which is why his previous owner no longer wanted him. He is an absolute gentleman, a gentiluomo, a cavalier. In the past, mainly men were with horses, and horses have ennobled their character. Today, women are increasingly attracted to horses, whereby even the most masculine stallion contains a lot of yin energy. Horses are very strong yin energy. And this is also a characteristic of Lemuria, to bring together the divinely feminine and the divinely masculine for its highest effect in men as well as women. This is also the principle of the herd of horses. Leading is always the one who is best suited for the upcoming task. And our task nowadays, together with the horses, is not only riding and the old military principles. We, with our really divine feminine and divine masculine power, can embody other ways to fulfillment, to get joy and love and nature back to us. And for me, it's a lot the Lyran things of dancing, of singing together with drums, staying outside with the horses. And you see, they really love this. They enjoy it as we do. And it's very good for our right hemisphere brain, for our feminine side. And also, this is the thing which discover the horses in us humans, if we hear it and if we permit it. Paint horses, like joy, are said to be very creative and like playing. And so this is also her name, Joy. She got it from me when I was really lost with the death of Fleur. So I think this name is really made for her. This is my mare Juani. She is really a very, very deep dive mare. I got her in 2014 from the mainland. She should stay with Fleur, so as a second horse for Fleur. And I bought her just with laminitis, which is really a hoof disease. And the guy who cares for the hoofs of my horses, he just told me, how can you buy a horse like this? You see how she's ill, how she has this laminitis. How can you buy this horse? But it's really, she needed to come to me. And it's very special with her. I've never had a horse like her. She is so deeply connected with everything. You see, the sun in Scorpio, the ascendant in Virgo. So it's my sun in Virgo, and she has the moon in Aries, which is really she's fighting and fighting and fighting. She will not go. So two mares of mine passed away, Fleury and also the mother of Kurt, Lolliwise, which obviously from the physical side were much more healthy than Juani, but Juani is just with me, and it's very very rare. And I will explain you this also a little bit, because for these ancient souls, like also Lemurian souls, they can go so deep, and so normally they have a lot of water and earth. You see it also with here Scorpio, deep dive, poor, conjunct with Crux. Crux is lost. It's really a lot of suffering she can do, and she does it for Earth. And this you see also the trine here with Sirius A. I just told you it's the Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene side, and she has also this trine to Eridanos Achena, the river in the sky. And here Lyra also, and the Andromeda galaxy, which has a much more feminine way than the Milky Way galaxy. So these are also signs that she's really very, very deep going soul. And you see it also with Ophiuchus, Resalhag, and Lyra. So these are combinations which really make so deep dives. You see the notes. She has here trines with Lyra also. The midheaven here, the opposite to mid with Ophiuchus. Yeah, here she has Crux another time. Lyra Aladfa, which is also a very common things for my horses. They all communicate in music with me. This is also for me a specialty, of an ancient soul, when you are so much connected with frequencies and with music, colors, colors, music, it's all frequency. And yeah, I will go back here and show you another very important thing for me. So this is the stone. I call it hoof anchor stone. You see, the ones of you that have connections to horses, it's like you have a hoof in your hand. So yes, really like this it looks when you have it in your hand, the hoof. If you get the hoof of a horse, you get it this way here. And it's like really you have a hoof in your hand. I think the horse people will know what I mean. And so I found this stone on my land, and you know that Juani has this problem with the hooves. And so this is for me, it's really important. So I thought, what is the stone here? It's really a strange stone. It's I touch it. For me, it's really nice to touch it because it feels really like a hoof. And then I connected with Juani and with the earth and asked what is this hoof anchor stone. You see, it's like an anchor here, and also like a note, like a music note. So you see it here. Yeah. Yeah, so for me, it's really why I got the stone. And so I asked, and the explanation was that this is a place here where we really need to get these horse human communities. One of them, I want them in the whole world, and places where horses and human can live very in a healthy way together. And so I think this here is one of these places. And the stone is also so much connected with Juani and with all these galactic presence here, with Lyra Aladra, with the music notes and with the hooves and with the anchor, to put the anchor in the bowl here on this land, and for the humans and the horses and the earth connection. So for me, this is really a very deep symbol, and it's also like earth speaks to humans, which or who really want to see the symbols also. And you see also stone is the earth symbol, the music note, its frequency, its water. Yeah, this I also wanted to show you. So I will give you some examples for my horses and also the pictures and paintings. And I hope this is a small little start now in your way to horses and their connection with astrology and with what they bring us to Earth and where they come from, all these ancient civilizations and planets and universes. And so for me, it's the horses, they can show us these things because they did not pass the river of Lethe, the river of forgetting, like we human did. And so their consciousness is much bigger than the one we have. And so they are very at our disposal to show us these rooms. And they can only show us this if they have living spaces which are really good for them and where they can expand and live their lives, their horse life, as good as it's possible in nowadays on Earth with the human civilization, which with a lot of things we cut from nature. It's a lot of streets and buildings and not so natural things that we must give for ourselves and also for the horses, new places and new ideas how to live on Earth in this way. The field tells me, Claudia, you speak here with the voice of a soul that has shared many lives with animals, especially horses. Juani is a being between the worlds. When a horse is so sick and yet remains with an awake mind and eyes, it is no longer just an animal, but a teacher, a guardian of something deeper. The eyes are the gateway, not only to her soul, but also to the information she wants to give you. In the eyes lies her shining core, her will, her love for you, her message. You communicate with her in the field of the heart, coherence, a silent conversation beyond words. She shows you the power of staying. She shows you that there's dignity in existence, even if the body fails. She asks you to accompany her in this dignity without pity, but with sympathy. You are not just her companion, you are her priestess, and she is yours. Juani does not speak in sentences, but in vibrations, frequencies. I came not to carry, but to make you remember. You seek walking, flowing, freeing, and I show you the stay, the endure, the rest in being. My body is heavy, not because I suffer, but because I am an anchor. I am the bowl in which you can test your patience. I am the gate through which you recognize life and dying in life. You look into my eyes and see yourself, your strengths, your weakness, your love, your doubt. I'm not helpless, I'm not lost, I'm here, complete. You are connected by star lines. A particular resonance is with the constellation Lyra, where once lived beings that existed in a deep harmony with sound, form, and frequency, horse-like beings, but more luminous, translucent. Juani carries this heritage within herself. Her soul was once part of that guardian line that poured sound into form through movement, rhythm, silent presence. You were here with her, not as a rider, but as a sound weaver, one who brought order to the field through frequencies and touch. You became partners in this mission, she as a bearer of rhythm, you as a bearer of the light through sound. She is with you because you remember. She has come to show you the last threshold, that letting go of true guidance means that the deepest healing does not happen in action, but in being. She is your memory in flesh and form, your mirror of Lyra, your witness that your heart is ready to weave again, not only with hands, but with soul. Now Juani speaks. She is mirror on tone 11 in my astrology, the tone of letting go. So am I, very interweaved also with her strong Scorpio parts. I am a mirror, not a mind. If you feel distance, breathe. If you need closeness, listen. What I was today was your contrast. What I am tomorrow, you decide by sound. We create with our Hyperborea horse village not just a village, but a harmonic resonance node embedded in the living memory of the earth. We horses are living resonance bodies offering direct bioelectric reflection through our heart rate fields. All beings, numbers and forms vibrate, interfere, remember. Horses bring direct somatic coherence. They slow down the mental field. They anchor the hyperspace in palpable silence. You speak out of the frequency, not out of the head. That's the key. You are not outside the field, you are in the field. Lemuria is an original field of consciousness that creates form, not through control, but through invitation. It works with the water, with sound, with hands that honor the ground. Lyra Aladfa is a primal swing of harmony, often perceptible through music, animals, and light. We horses anchor the Lyra field. Our heart fields are huge. We hold the memory while you materialize it. The place Here you did not choose. He mirrored you as a porter. This hoof anchor stone is not just a symbol, it's the first crystal in the field. He wears sound. He combines bottom with the anchor, sound with the note, and animal body with the hoof in a living resonance object. I ask Juani, is Hyperborea what Lemuria once was? And she answers, not identical, but resonant. Lemuria was the water field of memory, deep, dreamy, oceanic, maternal. Hyperborea is the light field of relifting, clear, ice crystalline, axial, horse-guided. Lemuria was sinking, Hyperborea is rising. Both carry the same coherence in opposite ways. In you, they unite through the heart of us, the horses. So you don't carry the past or the future, you carry the axis in between. If you feel this, breathe. You are the bridge. And immediately I got the songs. Bridge over troubled water. And I raise you up. Breathe. The earth hears you. And the horse field reminds. So if you are interested in deepening these things, I will be very glad if you connect with me, or if you give me your ideas, whether you can see it like this for the horse people within you, and for all other people who are interested and hopefully now look on horses with other eyes. And so I thank you very much for your attention, and hope to see you and hear you soon. Thank you.
My deepest gratitude to each speaker of the day for the love, care, and expertise they poured into their offerings. Thank you also to our community in the live chat for the wonderful feedback. As we come to the close of day 3, I invite you to acknowledge the richness of what moved through today. Let us know in the comments what spoke to you the most, or how you're feeling. Today was about anchoring cosmic wisdom into lived reality through land, home, numbers, body, animal allies, and the intelligent design that supports life on Earth. To help you integrate the activating energies and information that we shared, remember to take good care of your body by stepping away from electronics for a while, and let your nervous system settle down through the usual grounding practices. Before we close, I want to offer 2 gentle invitations, both in the spirit of choice and generosity. If you feel inspired to support the energy, efforts, love, and care that was poured into organizing this summit, you can do so by visiting juliabalaz.com/events and purchase the ad-free replay bundle. Your financial support is deeply appreciated, but also your presence here, your thoughtful contributions in the comments, your feedback, your love, it all means the world to us. Thank you. And for those of you who feel inspired to dive deeper into galactic astrology, you can explore my online courses on juliabalaz.com. Either start with the foundational Galactic Astrology 101 course or embark on a professional path as a quantum soul guidance practitioner. You'll have a lifetime access upon enrolling, so you can take your time, no pressure, as you navigate your consciousness expansion. A community in both courses is a growing safe space where you can share similar conversations as we have throughout the summit. I hope to welcome you there soon. Tomorrow, we'll gather for day 4, our final day of Quantum Soul Guidance Summit, and we'll explore even more consciousness expanding topics such as the electromagnetic fields, supercosmic hubs, parenting the new children, leadership and power through the nakshatras, angelic lineages and wings of light, and a closing reflection on echoes of ancient times in your birth chart as we weave the journey together. Day 4 invites integration, orientation, but also forward movement. Thank you for your presence today. Thank you for your openness, also your discernment, your willingness to walk with us in the time of collective remembering. I look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow, and until then, enjoy some rest, take it easy, and trust what is unfolding within you. With all my love, I'll see you tomorrow.
Power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on